seconds remain. It is Radiant's ban. Dire's turn to ban. Radiant's turn to ban. Seconds remain. 5 seconds. It is Dire's ban. Radiant's turn to pick.
Doing great, Mike. You know, this is our penultimate day, so second to last day here for the BTS Pro Series 8. We've seen a lot of these teams ride through already. Winner here gets to go through into the grand finals. We've got to see who brings out their A game. I love, you know, we're already in draft. I'm already seeing some bans coming through. SMG already took care of the Weaver support that we've seen CTM and other players pick up a couple of times. And they ban out the IO. No other team would you have to ban these two heroes first phase except Boom, because they love running the IO support. They mentioned in their post-game interview once that it's the ability to control the map they absolutely love on the IO. They just play with that relocate, join fights every single time, get something fast for Palos. So SMG are ensuring some of those key picks aren't going to slide through. For Boom's part, they took out KP heroes, really. They took care of the Beastmaster, took care of the Lycan, so push coming in from the off lane, not going to be coming out here for SMG, at least from those two heroes. Still a couple of options left, like say Avenge coming through for KP, as we've seen him do. He also opts for the Humpty Overlord sometimes if they want to go into that pick. And we'll see if that does, if that is something SMG wants. A lot of their pocket picks are left. Right, like Keeper of the Light's still there. Sniper is still there if they want that for Moon on mid lane, as they've tried before, not successfully in the last time they ran it, but they could go back into it. We'll see. Whether or not it's the Overlord timing, Dominator into Overlord Rush if he wants that, or the Ags timing as well. Like both build-ups are really good in Venge. Without something to build up on the push potential though, it's likely we're going to see the Ags prioritized for KP. And that's normally like a 15-minute timing if you do go just blindly into the Ags if you're not really slowing down. So we'll see if that's something KP can hit. But yeah, still a lot of options here, Mike. Like the Keeper of Light. I know, SMG is just the team that loves these funky picks. And they're all still on the table. Even that Alchemist support with a Vengeful Spirit offlane could really work out well here if they want that.
It is Radiant's ban. Seconds remain. 5 seconds. It is Dire's ban. Dire's turn to pick. Radiant's turn to pick.
Gyro Kata!
Seconds remain. 5 seconds remain.
Yeah, like you can't argue against results. The gyrocopter, we've seen it flexed a couple of times. I think Obi Neon were running the support gyro at some point in the playoffs, although They're not going to be able to show it again, but that is still an option for Boom if they want to run the Monkey King pause 1. It's likely we see the Monkey King shift in the 4 role, maybe even mid for Yopaj. It's been a while since we've seen him play something like Monkey King mid. We'll see, but still some flexibility, likely just the Palace Gyro this time. SMG though, they go for the Shaker. This is something we've seen Afu really excel at. Not just from his item timings for the Blink, but the rotations onto mid, right? We normally see like a 4-minute time, treats 4 minutes, he's already on mid, he's at level 2, he goes for the Fisher play, and just looks to give Moon a couple of kills, and that just really sets the tempo for SMG when he does get that movement out. So let's see if they get something mid that lines up. The Keeper coming through could mean that we have the Shaker, Tiny supports, and the Keeper mid for Moon. If you do get that early rotation from the Shaker, it's really easy to line up the Illuminate there.
10 seconds. 5 seconds remain. Radiant's turn to ban.
Invoker.
Seconds remain. 5 seconds remain. Dire's turn to ban.
Definitely. It's one of the strengths of Boom. They can always do some weird things for their draft. Same thing goes for SMG. Like, we're assuming Keeper of the Light mid. They could still kind of toss it around, could still have the Moon Tiny instead. Heck, maybe have the mid one Tiny mid. Shaker, Keeper of the Light as supports. We've seen Raji actually play the Kotl as well for SMG, so it's not too off the mark. Saving their last pick perhaps for Moon or mid one, again flexing that Tiny round. So there's a lot of back and forth here with how both sides are playing their draft. I think that could be key in closing out. Boom does have last pick overall, so they can kind of dictate how the flexibility goes and maybe catch SMG off guard if SMG's not careful. For Boom's part, I like seeing the Invoker. I think when they have the Invoker Gyro, it just leads into this really aggressive pause 1. We've seen Palos itemize very differently compared to other Gyro players. We've seen him rush Crystallis more than anything else. Just Crystallis rush, and then he has something to buff him up, usually the IO. No IO this time around, but even just an early level Alacrity with the attack speed. And once you get your Ags up as well, that's a lot of DPS in Gyrocopter. You can't underestimate the early Crystallis stat buildup with max Flak Cannon. It's devastating in a really big fight. Combine that with the control they get from the Wukong's command from their monkey support. And there's a lot that SMG has to worry about. Sure, they have Swap from Venge, but level 1 Swap, you know, it's not amazingly long range. It can be hard to drag a Monkey King out if he's positioned well. So you still have to kind of watch for that big control that Boom will want to bring out here.
Radiant must choose. Dire's turn to pick.
Mirana.
It looks like it. We're going to have the Tiny for mid one coming true. We have seen pause 1 Tiny work out really well. You know, Echo Saber timing, Silver Edge hits really hard. Keeper of the Light on the mid lane. You have such great rotation potential from a Shaker Mirana. Like, if these two supports collapse onto the mid by, say, the 4-minute mark, right around that second water rune timing, it's going to be really easy to find kills. You have so much damage, so much good control from the Shaker to line up for the arrow, to line up for the Illuminate. Now the Invoker for Yopaj is not going to hold well, even if his own supports come in. With the Grimstroke Monkey King, it's just not as much that you're giving there for long-range control. Maybe the Boundless can have a pretty good effect, but lining up the Inkswell, it's not going to be easy unless you put it in the Monkey King who jumps in, but it's harder, way harder than just getting good fissure off. So Boom will have to watch mid. I think that's where the emphasis for SMG will come out. That early aggression we tend to see from Afu is likely to come out, and that's just going to set the pace for SMG.
Who will enforce your will upon the battlefield today?
They've got the Moon Mirana on mid for SMG, so they shake it up again. They go with the Raji Keeper's Light, which they've done a couple times. Mirana mid against Invoker, not something we've seen in a very long time, not something we've seen from Moon himself as well. I'm trying to recall. I don't think we've seen the Mirana mid from Moon as well recently. So Mirana mid, it still worked out really well. The Shaker rotation still lined up nicely. The timings now are a bit different. Like the aggression to build up of the Mirana is going to be really flexible. You could still go Urn. You could opt for an early Chrysalis build, maybe more of a right-click build. Look for the Yules for self-arrow setup. Could still be a possibility. So Moon wants to do from mid will really dictate how aggressive he wants to be. I think when you've got the tiny core as well, SMG has some really early spikes to play with. And that's, again, something Boom has to watch out for. With a Jar of Copper, it's a bit slower going. You know, you still want to get some farm up. Same thing goes for Invoker, as we've seen Yopaj prioritize. Even without setup, he still prioritizes that Ags after the Urn. So it's a bit slow in terms of item spikes for Boom, and that's something SMG will look to abuse. I'd actually say I like SMG's draft a lot more. There are answers for, say, the Coddle here, with the last pick, Night Stalker, coming through from Boom. I don't think it's a massive issue when your Keep Light is support, so it's not as pertinent for that Coddle to stay alive, to get the damage off, and just constantly, you know, spam the Illuminate. It's still going to be key, but if you're cut off by a Night Stalker, it's not as scary. The key thing is the timings. Mirana as a mid comes online super quick. Tiny as a pause 1 just hits that Echo Saber Silver Edge timing, and we know how mid 1 plays on his pause 1. He almost always takes that more active position for Moon to actually play a little bit odder. And with 2 active heroes, it lines up really well with the power spikes they're looking for in SMG side.
别显啊
30 seconds to battle. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this Dota match.
And just holding back in that lane is going to be important, because Afu's presence on the Shaker up against Tim's and Palos on the Jar Copper Monkey, it's not going to be particularly amazing. You know, that one issue with Shaker, doesn't do much in lane. The key thing for Afu is just ride slow, wait for his level 2, and go mid. I don't think the Mirana necessarily wins out here, Mike. I think Yopaj should still have a really time on the Invoker. He has a lot of regen on hand with Quaswex. Key thing for Yopaj is we tend to see from his Invoker is earn timing, and then depending on how the state of the game is, the Ags timing, right? Like that's something we've seen constantly from Yopaj. Just earn into Spirit Vessel, hitting Ags. Moon, for him, it's just about clearing the creep wave with Starstorm and being aggressive with Leap. Once he closes that gap, gets good right clicks off, the Invoker can melt early on with just, 1 or 2 levels on his orbs, not enough to last through the damage from that Piranha. I think it does. It's hard for FBZ to completely zone him out. Of course, it's also hard to zone FBZ out on the Night Stalker. So for Boom's part, FBZ should still be able to hit his timing, start to set the pace for the team, as we tend to see him do from the off lane. Hit level 6, look for the first nighttime, line up for some aggression mid, as you'd want to see to kind of slow down that Mirana and give Yopaj more of a game. You have to really be aware of the damage output of Raji and mid window. With a Keeper of the Light to support the Tiny, with a Chakra magic on hand, your Tiny's not going to run into the issue where he's out of mana. Excellent. With his Avalanche Toss, although that's not prioritized on the pause 1 Tiny, he's still going to have a good amount of mana in the pocket to just look for that nuke play if he wants to, and it's already causing some issues for Boom in lane. You're seeing mid 1 up there in CS. In fact, all the heroes of SMG are occupying the top tree in CS. Boom just not able to really find that foothold to be aggressive, to stop that initial farm.
Finders, keepers.
I actually do. I think Tiny's one of the weird heroes where a Midas can make sense, because you want levels up, you want farm, and you make really good use of the attack speed, right? Like, because of Grow, your attack speed doesn't feel great, but the Midas offsets that in a really good way, while still providing you that golden flux. So as long as Midwin's not punished, and he really isn't, the timing on that's going to be early, and his farm will just keep building up. Yeah, Japoy on his Facebook page, he started getting tags from local businesses here in Davao. A burger joint tagged him up. It's like, thank you to our idol Yopaj for eating our burgers, and it's a picture of him with this gigantic burger, absolutely meaty and scrumptious. And he's having all that free stuff, and I couldn't help but ask, where's my stuff? Where are my free burgers, Japoy? Why aren't you giving me some?
The diaglyph is now active.
No, they really don't. But Yopaj, of course, very well loved, and he's really taking control of that mid lane. Really nice play there. He did manage to force the Fortify while the Starfall is coming through for Moon, just denying a bit of that instant farm in the creep wave, and just trying to get as much as he can. But Moon, it's still a Mirana. You still have Arrow to clear out the siege creep. You can still clear out the waves really fast with Storm. Does have his buckle empty now, but you can still see Moon taking really good control of that lane.
First blood.
I'm just getting started.
Dire are scanning for
I'm just a bit surprised that Afu is still stuck top. Right? And we were talking about his Earthshaker going down mid, looking for the Fissure block, setting up for arrows. No rotation yet from SMG. They've been happy to just hold their lanes, and I think that might be setting them back a bit. Like, Shaker, Venge is a double stun lane, but against something ranged like the Gyrocopter, against something highly mobile like the Monkey King, it just doesn't line up for that aggression we're used to seeing from Afu.
Return to the earth, so still.
They're constantly forcing the aggression up top in SMG. They realized that Tim's wasn't around. He did check on the mid lane, but even with the double stuns, a Gyrocopter this far ahead, a Gyrocopter with all this damage and protection with the range he has, it's hard to gap close on a Shaker Venge, right? Like, your damage output's decent enough with level 3 Wave of Terror up now, but it's not enough to rip through the Gyro. I'm worried about seeing the Gyro get off to the start, because Palos, he went for that max flak build, and once the farm gets rolling, once their stacks are cleared out, you really have to contest them on SMG side to prevent that flash farm.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I am mighty.
Yeah, I think it's just an issue of timing. We're 8 minutes in. That's Afu's first actual mid-rotation. It feels a bit late compared to the usual SMG games. They didn't really manage to get aggression they want. They will try for a smoke play though. Afu and Moon are smoked up. They've got level 8 on Moon. No value point yet in the Moonlight. If they find a good angle, it could be a really easy way to get a nice arrow kill coming for Moon.
Dire's top tower is in danger. Dire should look to their top tower. Dire's top tower is under attack, scanning for enemies. Dire should look to their top tower. Not so fast. The Radiant's middle tower. Radiant should look to their middle tower.
Tim's
Radiant Earth is now active. Radiant should look to their bottom tower.
Yeah, they play that on edge from Boom's side. I have no clue how Tim survived that. At some point, he was at 30 HP jumping around the tree line. He jumped back in and still left. So the punishment not quite coming through from SMG. On the bright side for SMG, they will be able to find that top tier 1. And mid 1 does have the Midas up. So it's a really early Midas timing. He did rush it and went for that first before Brown Boots. You can see how that attack speed on the Midas does help. Like, it offsets the Grow's attack speed reduction in a good way. So mid 1 can still get some right click damage off. It's a trade-off between that and the and the sword, right? Like the Echo Saber. You don't have that instant double attack. You don't have that that slight slow coming through, but you have consistent attack speed buff that does feel great for the core Tiny. We've just got to see if mid one can keep up the farming pace compared to the Gyrocopter. That's the one thing as well with a Midas. Because you can flash farm like a Gyrocopter, the Gyro will still generally farm faster than you, and the Midas kind of fixes that issue for you. So far looking good for mid one. Number one in net worth right now. Palos hasn't quite been able to clear out just yet. Does have a massive ancient stack that he could go for after this bot tier 1.
Fortifying their structures against attack.
Ooh. This is an outrageous start for Boom already, Mike. 2-10 at the 12-minute mark. Not much of a net review. Just 1k, but the kill board is lining up. The aggression's coming through from Boom. Look at FPZ. He's lining up top.
Killing spree! Unbelievable!
Never be left to bury.
There is little hope for Dire's middle tower. Dire have fortified their structures against attack.
Where's my pension?
Really is, Mike. I gotta say, Tim's is level 9 in the Monkey King. Compared to Afu on his Pause 4 Shaker, he's at like level 7. That's a huge level disparity on the supports. It just shows you the difference with a support on the 4 that doesn't need items, that doesn't really need much EXP can really contribute to the map. Whereas the Shaker is more greedy. It needs a blink, needs more to really get going with the combinations with the Echo Slam, and that's still a ways off for that hero.
That's your best.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It's just constant aggression. Neoposh doesn't even rest, looking for more.
Killing spree! Radiant should hit their middle tower.
Come on, you're dead already.
Killing spree!
Yes.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They're just hitting these really early spikes from Boom. And for SMG, Mike, we talked about how aggressive a Tiny and Mirana is as a duo. Right, they have early power spikes. They do need a couple of items for there. And Moon does have just the Dragon Lance. He's going for the Ags buildup. So the Sacred Arrow will have that extra damage output with the AoE Starstorm. Still a ways off. I think that's a big issue for SMG right now. They're not hitting their item spikes in the way they wanted to. And Boom, they have already done so. Like the Spirit Vessel, it's enough for Yopaj. FBZ just really needed levels on the Night Stalker. They're looking for the smoke play. They're ready to go again. They don't have long cooldowns to wait for, and SMG just has to be cautious.
to move.
Radiant structures are fortified.
No, he really can't, Mike, because Tim's is about to hit 12 and Moon is still 11 and a half. Like, Tim's is at the point where he's probably got slightly more EXP than Yopaj, and Yopaj is still saving for a Midas. That's how active this Monkey King's been. Tim's has just been on fire from the lane onwards, just really doing what you'd want. It's a perfect Monkey King game for him.
Radiant's bottom tower is in danger.
Yeah, they just can't find that opening on SMG's side. They're trying to, right? Like, they're trying to play around with the early timing of a tiny core. They want to play with a burst on avalanche toss. They want the big right clicks to come in with the tree grab. The Tim's is just ruining everything, and boom, while all that happens up top, they've got a very free lane bot for Palos. He's got the Ags up with that Crystallis timing, the usual build-up we see from Palos on this Gyro. Tier 2 bot, not gonna last for long. And now you're losing more map control for MSNG. You're not going to have access to bot for farm. You lose your outpost. You lose some XP per minute. SMG still needs to hit item spikes. I mean, they still need the Echo Saber for mid 1. He's going back for it after the blink. Ideally, I think at this point you'd be towards that Silver Edge. You know, with the blink up, you want the Silver Edge up ASAP for right-click speed and for the crit. And that's going to be a bit longer while for SMG, and that's just going to delay their physical burst out by so much. Even KP on the bench, his Ags isn't up yet, and we talked about like a 15-minute timing for him. It's like 3 minutes off the usual from KP's smoothest games, and Boom has just managed to put a big wrench into that game plan of SMG with their item timings.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire should look to their top tower. Dire should look to their top tower.
Look out for fallen rocks!
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Normally.
Oh, my story.
I think next time around they've got to ban this Monkey King. It's basically a map hack for Boomlight. It's like they've got cheats on or something. They know everything that happened. There's just no opening for SMG. They go into the Roche because you've got Crystallis Gyrocopter. This doesn't take too long. And there's that Alacrity. So attack speed, not an issue for Palos. Rips right through. SMG, that was supposed to be the blink reveal on their Shaker. That was what they were saving up for in the pause 4 there.
It should have been.
Shadows take us.
That's probably the best exchange we've seen from SMG throughout this entire game as well, Mike. Like, they managed to get a little bit more, not everything they want though. Aegis still goes the way of Boom, so, you know, you're gonna have to deal with 2 lives on Palos, but they still have this blink to use on Hafu. They haven't shown off the blink slam yet. They just need to find the angle, but they have to do something about this Monkey King. Every single time. It's like we're a broken record now, but it really is off the back of Tim's. Maybe it's down to KP using the Wave of Terror to scout the tree line instead of just hitting creeps with the Wave of Terror instead. Like, you do have to get the information out to ensure this Monkey King's never on your tail when you do want to go for a play now. it's not quite it yet. I think the core Mirana needs a few more things under its belt. The big thing that the Ags on Mirana does, it makes farming for Mirana a lot faster. So you get the arrow, but you can clear a quick wave basically with your entire spell kit. And that does speed up the process of getting more up. Looks like Moon is going to want the BKB next. So once you have that magic protection, you're not going to be worried about silence. You're not going to be worried about being jumped. And then you can try to leverage your damage out. You can try to leverage out the leap attack speed. You can try to get some damage through. But it's a game of patience for SMG. They just have to avoid Boom as much as possible. And they are. They give out their top tier 1. They're trying to make a move on that bot tier 1 exchange. And they find it. It still does favor Boom in the end as they take control of the triangle, but you're not giving more openings for Boom to abuse here.
Tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Killing spree!
Cool stuff. Like you just found out.
There's a law.
They couldn't find the angle, and SMG, well, they're buyback short. 4K behind, 5-19. Boom. Still got that Aegis and Palos.
It's like free excellent. Normal gold is boring, but this?
Can't keep me grounded.
So mad.
You know what's funny here, Mike, as well? Normally when we talk about Boom, right? Like, especially with the old Boom lineup, we used to talk about FBZ setting the pace. Tim's is pretty much that next core now. Like, FBZ on Night Stalker, he's been doing good work on the hero, getting good jumps. Look at the level difference between that support and the offlane. Tim's is 17, FBZ's 15. You know, it's like Tim's is barely behind FBZ in farm, despite being a support. Like, this man is just going crazy on this Monkey King, and even if they lost Palos, that's not a win for SMG. They had to go all in, they had to use that Echo Slam, not going to be there for the next fight now.
Wicked sick!
He's just a mad man. He's just gotten so much. He's using this map hack, the most effective we've seen so far. Like, we used to talk about Q's Monkey King a lot. I think Tim's is just on a different level. He has just done so much work. He's got pretty Basher next, which is something you never see on your support monkeys because they can never get the farm, but why not? He's getting the lanes for himself. He's getting the gold up. Once that Basher is up, even the BKBs on SMG is not going to save them from the onslaught that the Monkey King will bring out.
The Dire scan hunt for Radiant forces.
Here's my picture.
Bounty.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Revenants of my people will wash over this land.
Yeah, it's not a great feeling for SMG. Like, they find something. It's not a big kill by any means. Like, the Grimstroke's bottom net worth, you're not getting much of a rubber band effect. It is an important kill, but Boom still have complete control of these engagements, complete control of the map. 9k lead still remains for Boom. They've got the Satanic running now on Palos. So your Gyrocopter is just this big issue you can't deal with. He has a DD and he's going Roshan. How is that fair? Again.
Immortality!
They're banking entirely on mid one now. Like, they need this time to hit that Silver Edge timing. They need the crits to start coming through. They need more attack speed on mid one after the fact as well. But they have to just somehow spot out Tims. Or just, you know, always be aware the monkey's not going to stop tracking them. They have to use the Wave of Terror for that.
Radiant's courier has been unstoppable. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, you know.
This is the real deal. Dire's courier has been killed. Each brave courier moves the risks. Its middle tower is under attack.
It's going to mess up the timeline.
Killing spree! Double kill!
I hear a squeak.
Its middle tower is under attack.
I think the Tim's big was actually bigger than the Yopaj kill there, Mike. Like, that streak was massive in Tim's. Like more than 9 kill streak, 758 gold just for that pickoff. And SMG is starting to find something. They're still losing a lot of their map down, but Palos could be a bit too forward here without the rest of his team behind him. It's It's a good Aegis take. They don't use their big spells. They still have Slam coming in 20, so they could maybe just wait that out and reapproach that fight without the Aegis to protect.
Cross, Rex, and Exort all reroll.
Double kill!
Normally.
Triple kill!
No, not again!
Why are you so mad?
The light fades from your eyes.
Generation!
They managed to hold off the high ground push from Boom. They get the punishment they're looking for on the Gyrocopter and the Invoker. All off the back of KP throwing his body for it. Like, he baits them in to find that kill. He uses the illusion to swap in to look for more opportunities and goes from there. Boom has to be a bit careful about approaching specifically the Venge. If they see a tasty Venge kill, they have to be aware 2 lives on that Venge, swap still on hand. They can be forced in a rather awkward position if they're not careful. Issue for SMG is, with those kills, they can't really do much on the map. They can't really get the tower out, they can't really retake map control, so it's only equalizing their net worth somewhat. But Boom, they still have control, they just need to not give kills away like that, which is easier said than done. I think Tim's starting to see him fall a bit behind now in terms of being up front as the Monkey King. Still has a lot of impact, but SMG is finally focusing on the Monkey King first, using their Wave of Terror to scout out. And if Tim's gets caught out, that usually breaks the engagement for Boom.
Shadows take us.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
You'll be naught but bones.
They get the punishment again. And Boom, it feels like they're starting to maybe just feel pressured to play faster. Maybe they're worried about dropping a bit too much. Yopaj getting caught out is really not ideal. And with SMG, with their lineup back up, they can actually look for a push now. Maybe look to force out the buybacks as well if they're not careful on Boom's end.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
They shove in the wave, they force the fortify, they have another wave coming in. Yopaj is up in a few seconds though. So the high ground defense for Boom, it's in there. They've got the Wukongs to play with, they've got all the spells from Invoker. They will go for a smoke play, looking for a wraparound here.
The prize is mine.
Double kill! Dire's top tower is under attack.
Arcane signature. Thousand arcanes.
swings back the wave. Boom really just setting up, forcing the buyback now on SMG as their high ground is completely open. No outer towers left. Boom. They could look to shove in a bit. Roshan not too far off from the respawn, so if they don't feel secure, they could just go back for Rosh number 3 and build off there once more, but the racks just melts. Palos standing up there with alacrity, it's just too much. The objectives won't last too long at all.
Middle barracks has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Guess I don't have it.
Do that again.
It's just Boom again, just being a bit too aggressive, not respecting the out of SMG, forced their bounds a bit. That's a really preemptive satanic use from Palos when he went down to the bottom racks. He turned it on immediately, he wasn't that low on HP, and that cooldown cost him. If he had the satanic as he was being jumped, as you pointed out, he would have lived through Mike. So, small mistakes from Boom being punished. Roshan is up. So this is a really good turnaround for SMG. With this Rosh, with a refresh, with a cheese and Aegis, they could look to go high ground once more, pressure something out. Not sure what the refresh is going to be really good for. They don't have the best refresh heroes on hand, but maybe even just double avalanche cost could make a massive difference in damage output and control here.
His pit. Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle barracks are under attack. Dire's middle barracks are under attack.
Then
It's a start. They've got one lane that's going to shove in now. They force the buyback into him. So that fort has dragged down to about 3k of the difference for Boom in the lead. Might get the SMGs starting to reel back this game a bit. They can't quite go for side lanes. Tier 2s are still up, so progressing further into the high ground is going to be a bit slower than they'd want. And losing the Aegis does put a dent in what mid one would want to do. He doesn't have that safety net anymore. They still have cheese hanging there on Moon at the least, and they could pass that off to the Tiny if they feel the need. But you're reaching a point where the Tiny is getting a bit big. He's got 3.8k HP. He has 31 armor on hand with Grow. Really just maybe freeing up a slot, like consume the Moon Shard, work towards, say, an Assault Cuirass, then you'd be really good to hold your own against the physical output of the Jarkop. It's just going to tickle you against all that physical resist you have with your armor and your EHP. The side of Boom now, they're set back a bit. They could still keep applying pressure on bot, but no tier 3. Someone has to show up at that split push, and they are playing around the bot jungle. They are smoking up though, looking for that rotation, perhaps towards up top where their tier 2 already fell.
Visibility.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire structures fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is fallen. Dire's top barracks are under attack. Dire's top barracks are under attack. Killing spree! Dire's top barracks are under attack. Dire's top barracks are under attack. Dire's top barracks has fallen. Dire's middle barracks is fallen.
Oh man, it's just ridiculous. The bait play for Moon is just way too much, although oh god.
Has been killed. Killing spree!
Cannot be.
Dire Egypt faces its greatest victory! Unstoppable! Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning for enemies.
A golden thread. Haste!
Double kill! Radiant fell a mighty motion.
Можете вставать, пошел.
Gold for my food.
Radiant structures are fortified. This is the real deal! Dire's top tower is under attack. The Dire glyph is now active. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is low. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is no more. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
The biggest mistakes Boom made there, Mike, were small plays. I think if you looked at Palos, some of his item use was slightly off. Like, he couldn't get the BKB off in some key moments where he had a small window, very small window. But he could have still perhaps gotten off, popped on BKB, get some hits off, go for the Satanic use after. I think the fight up top where their racks were being opened up in that fight, he couldn't use his BKB after his Avalanche Toss, and after that the control came true. You look at that moment as well when you're pushing in bot, and he used the Satanic a bit early. You know, small mistakes like that were enough for SMG to blow that game really their way. And as you said, they didn't have much of a probability of winning that. According to our AI overlords, they didn't have much of a chance. Boom were doing fantastic. Tim's on that Monkey King was just doing a ton of work, and they just those small mistakes SMG punished him for. So I think we'll need to see Boom maybe reel it in slightly, you know, reel in the aggression, but respect the fact that SMG is a team that will capitalize on small mistakes like that, and just be cautious when you have a lead like that, because once you start losing a couple of those fights, you know, SMG, even if they had a tiny core, it does in a way scale harder than Jarcopper, because your damage output is just ridiculous, right? With the tree grab, it's just insane. You have a lot of armor from Grow, you have naturally high strength gains, so you hit 3.8k HP without really any strength items, and just outlast him in a fight. It's pretty open, Mike, for Boom to kind of flex that. We've seen Palos take the Bloodseeker safe lane as well, so they can kind of run it around. I think the key thing is Tiny. I'm more curious where the Tiny goes. Are they going to give that to Palos to pull off the Pos 1 Tiny? Are they going to give that to Tim's, which is where we normally see the Tiny go for Boom? So I think it's the flexibility of the Tiny that's a bit more interesting. I think off-lane Bloodseeker's not too bad. I think especially with a Tiny support, you do have a Rupture Toss combo, which is not something you emphasize, but certainly something spicy in the toolkit that you can break out. Rupture, toss them back, watch them die mid-air, always hilarious. So you can kind of play around that. Still fairly open. Like, they can still flex this really hard. They could just run Tiny, Pos 1, Bloodseeker off, leave the rest of their draft open, and figure it out from there. But I think SMG, with a starting lineup of Grimstroke, Nightstalker, now with a Pango as well, they have a lot of team fight on hand. Pango into Bloodseeker is a bit strange, though. Like, sure, it's a support Pango, more than likely, but you're still not going to get full value from your Rolling Thunder. Maybe down the line, once you have more... once you can just zip around, it feels better, but you're already picking a hero that's counteracted by one of the early picks from Boom, so the max value from the Pango doesn't feel amazing. At least in lane it's still good, and Boom get to go into that Weaver, so this could still be a core Weaver, this could still be a support. All of their heroes on Boom's side are very flexible, nothing's locked into any lane. I feel like it would be better to run that Pos 1 Weaver, considering what SMG has, although Nightstalker Silence is pretty good against Weaver, Mike, but it is open. You could just go for an Ags Rush Weaver if you want, and Tim's if you really feel that need for flexing.
Storm Spirit!
I think I'd prefer it on the Pos 1. It just feels like that's where we've seen Tiny really pay off in the investment as a hero. But so let's say we do go for the Pos 1 Tiny here, Mike. I think it's likely we'll see Snapfire for Tim's instead, as that's something he's also played a ton of. And then it's really just down to Weaver support 5 for CTM. I think that's how they're gonna go. It should be Snapfire and Weaver on support, Tiny and Bloodseeker in the core roles, pocketing that Yopaj last pick to counteract the Storm. We'll have to see what they do, kind of deal with that. They don't have the best hold for Storm here on Boom's side. In fact, arguably they have no hold. And best thing you have is Blink Avalanche Toss, and maybe landing the Blood Riot. But if you don't land the Blood Riot, you know, Cookie has a slight delay, Storm should be able to zip around. Even Avalanche has some openings, because it kind of staggers as a stun, so the Storm could maybe pop a quick BKB if it reaches that point, run off, or just look for an angle to zip away. The big issue for Boom's lineup is just holding down a Storm, and I think no matter how you flex your Tiny and Weaver around here, it doesn't fix it either way. I think it is, because we're likely seeing FBZ just take the Bloodseeker off. Probably Paolo's taking the Tiny save. So it's only really Yopaj that lacks something. Yopaj heroes on hand, Wind Ranger's there if they want to. Laning against Storm's not too bad. Guess the Sand King's an option as well. Does give them team fight and to a certain extent stable control once the blink is up. But I don't know, it's like anything on mid here still doesn't deliver you that instant lockdown. They go with the DP instead. So that is a nice silence to play with. Really early timing with push now coming up from Boom. Team fight's looking pretty decent. I still have massive issues with a Storm, but if you can start with an Avalanche, silence coming through from the DP, that could be enough, at least until BKB is farmed up by the Storm, but that's not a high priority item in most cases. I don't think Moon's going to be rushing that as a second item even, probably third item pickup, so maybe like a 20-25 minute timer in a BKB here. SMG, we're just lacking our own mid one here on the safe lane, and there's a lot of ways you can go here. You could look for a really fast core to kind of buy the Storm space out. You could go for something that can just sit back and farm. I think if you want something that just ignores a lot of what Boom has, something like a Lifestealer could actually slot in here. You could bomb in the Night Stalker, Pango, Storm, 3 good targets to just jump into the fight here, Mike, and Tiny against Lifestealer, it's actually a back and forth one, because Tiny has a lot of strength gain on hand. Lifestealer's damage output with his passives does get blocked by physical resist, so armor kind of works against the Feast and the Frenzy. At the same time, Lifestealer doesn't really care. You've seen late game Lifestealer hold his own and just outlast you in the end. They go with the Nature's Prophet though, so this is cheeky for MSMG. They take out the Nature's Prophet on 1 for mid 1 up against CTM, so it looks like they want to school Boom with their own signature heroes here. Oh god, wow. I was looking at the lobby chat. So Tim's, because you know Tim's and KP were teammates, Tim's was like, "Hey KP!" And KP's like, "Hi boss, don't own me in this game, yeah?" After that first game, you know, Tim's was on fire. So back to the Boom draft. So Yopaj Snapfire mid, which we haven't seen since what, Pro Series 3? Right, like that's when it popped off, and it was Yopaj running it a lot, so he's back to that. I don't think you rush Ags anymore, but you still kind of hit the same timings. You look for the late game, get your talents up, you can go right click. There's still some value in the Ags. I just don't think rushing it makes sense with nerf to Ags scaling to your actual ult, not just giving you flat 700 magic damage on hand, so the timing's not as impactful in terms of burning heroes down. We do have the Palace Tiny off-lane Death Prophet as well, so it's a Bloodseeker Weaver support duo. It's something. Like, you do have time-lapse on the Weaver down the line, you have good minus armor running through with the Snapfire and the Weaver with a Swarm and the little Shredder, so you can just look to physically burst yours. Control, I just don't know what you do against Storm. Like, if you don't land your combinations first, Moon's just gonna zip around you. Yeah, I'd say lean towards SMG. I think they have really good early timings with Nature's Prophet. They can scale towards late game as well with that hero. They've got this pretty free Storm game for Moon. Like, there's just nothing from Boom that can stop that Storm Spirit. I think as the game goes on, and that's just gonna be a bigger and bigger issue for Boom to have to look out for. How do you hold down a Storm when you don't have any hard stuns or very fast stuns like a Hex to throw onto this guy?
We'll find out. I mean, Boom Esports are going to have some kind of plan going. Curious to see what itemization Yopaj goes for in this mid lane of the Snapfire. Like, you brought up the fact that you don't think the Ags is going to be the key item timing that we're looking for. I'm very curious to see what the replacement is going to be if that is the case. I suppose only time's going to tell here. Yopaj, he's one of those cheeky kind of mid laners. Just tend to run some very awkward stuff in the mid lane, but can make it work and make it look very, very good. We'll see.
Seconds and
It's game 2. I mean, Boom Esports, they lose this, they're knocked down to the lower bracket final. Definitely not out of it if they do lose this game 2, but you'd rather just get your way through to the grand final if you can, if you're Boom Esports. Same can be said, though, for SMG. One game away from the grand final, you'd love to get it done right here, right now.
Just trying to secure those last slots into the grand finals. We'll have to see who does pull off in the end.
victorious.
Still a bit of scuffles around the bounties, but not much. Looks like a rather even start for both sides, going 2-2. And we'll have to see. The lanes are going to be fascinating, right? Like, we've got the support Bloodseeker coming through again for CTM on the 5. He is going to be laning with Paolo. So this does make sense, right? Like, you've got Bloodright, you've got Avalanche Toss down the line. Not something Tiny prioritizes on the 1. They will be working against KP and Afu on the Night Stalker and the Grimstroke. And we've seen KP's Night Stalker before. You know, it's standard stuff. You wait for like level 5 for the 5-minute mark first nighttime, get some farm up, and once you have Dark Ascension, that's when you can start running around. That's when you can start playing around with a value point in Crippling Fear. Just look to find space on the map. So that's a big launching point for SMG. And for Boom, you just gotta wait for maybe level 3. Once you've got that with a value point in Avalanche, you could look to be aggressive with a Bloodright combo.
And I'm sure after that last game, I mean, KP, even though they did end up winning that game on the Venge, he was not having a very fun time, I'm sure. So I'm sure he told his team he wants something a little more aggressive that can actually do something. The Night Stalker is certainly one of those heroes. Of course, over in the mid lane, got Moon there against Yopaj. So the Storm vs Snapfire matchup is a very interesting one to kind of watch again. You kind of brought up the fact that we saw this during BTS Pro Series number 3. It's been a long while since then. And I'm curious, John, who do you give the favorable matchup to?
I'd actually say Snap. Overall, Mike. I think the laning damage of a Snapfire is pretty strong. You can see the Scatter Blast just shoving Moon away. It's good harassment, good wave clear. You've got the Cookie as well. The Storm can kind of balance that around. You'd say his level 3 spike, if he gets a value point on the Vortex, although against a range hero, don't get much value in that. But I think Yopaj will be able to ride through, even with a running start, though. My issue is, how do you go from there? If you win your lane, what item do you go for first? And we're already seeing a hint from Yopaj. He's rushing travels, which is fine. The Blink rush is the more interesting aspect with the Yules. I'm keen to see what exactly the game plan is, because it normally was Ags Rush, you kill everyone with your Kiss Gobble Up combo because it's 700 magic damage at like 10 minutes in. You don't have that same instant spike, but if you abuse your mobility, if you abuse your laning spells up close and personal like that, it could still be really strong from Yopaj.
Yeah, it seems like he's trying to go for a bit of a cookie setup with the Blink Yules and obviously then the Cookie. Very, very curious to see how he does that work as top lane. Rogi not going to give dive tier by Tims. We are now at that last lane where you do see mid one on that position 1 Nature's Prophet. Well, we both had a bit of a giggle when we saw this Nature's Prophet being picked up in the POS 1 role for SMG, simply based off the fact that that's being played against CTM. Again, is known to play POS 1 Nature's Prophet when he is playing position 1. Is there any particular times we're looking out for here for mid one?
Yeah, basically initial rush into the Witchblade, and then after that it's pretty open for POS 1 MP. We normally see on CTM before, we used to see like the Orchid timing right around the 12-minute mark right after a Witchblade, 12 to 15. And that could be the way to go for SMG if they want to. You could also just go Deso if you want to maximize your right click instead. Maelstrom's also a good option. Very open. I think the key thing for mid is just hitting that initial Witchblade first.
Oh, nice coming from the side there, but Rogi, he could be in trouble. They do secure first blood. FBZ is able to take it himself on the Death Prophet. Rogi just 1 hit away from being able to get Tims, but did fall a little bit short, and in fact, mid lane. Moon ends up going down, and that was solo. Yopaj to secure the kill himself, and is going to force the rotation in from Rogi.
That doesn't quite line up for SMG, right? Like Raji coming in just a bit too late to look for something to do so he can just soak the lane, but that kill's really important for Yopaj. Already 5 3/4 all the way to his level 6. Once the kisses are up, he could look for a side lane rotation. He could go greedy and just go for a tree build with his cookie instead. And again, emphasizing laning spells in the snap. It's a lot of damage. It's a lot of control. That's not something the Storm Spirit can really hold out against. And Yopaj, he's just leveraging that. He knows he's tanky. He knows once he gets up close without a vortex to cut him off, there's nothing to stop him.
Hookie's there, level 4 Moon, he can't escape from this! Oh, Yopaj, level 6.5 already on the Snapfire. A great cook down on the creep wave and right into the Mortimer's kisses. You saw the confidence there from Yopaj. He knew he was landing that stun.
Oh yeah. And I think it goes back to just how much Snapfire this guy played mid for OB Neon. Not even OB Neon at that time, just Neon Esports back in Pro Series 3, Pro Series 4's Summit routine. There was a long time where that mid Snapfire was reigning supreme, and Yopaj is just showing why it dominates. Even without the Ags build up, you still win lane. So the next question that has to be answered is, will the cookie with the Blink and Yule setup pay off the same way? I think as long as he lands that combo as he has been, you can certainly hit a really good timing with that.
He's TP top now. He's rotating, John. Got a Snapfire moving in. Tim's, he's going to have to set up with the Sakuchi, but no mid one. He reads it. Is it going to matter though? They blast. Yopaj, he's going to make sure they secure the kill anyway. And I guess that's one little combo we didn't really think about too much. The Weaver Sakuchi into the cookie, it can be quite devastating, and it's pretty easy to get caught off guard there.
Yeah, the beauty of that combo as well, Mike, is that because Cookie has travel time, you can kind of line it up because of how fast you go with Shukuchi, right? So you can just preemptively toss the Cookie out, have Tim's run around Shukuchi, line up for a good stun, and go from there. And look at the map right now. Like, CTM's being aggressive as well, and the Bloodseeker's starting to collapse mid. They just want to pressure Moon, and they understand if they put a nip, you know, if they nip this in the bud on the Storm, down the line, you're not going to see that quick BKB timing. You're not going to see that quick level 6. The Kaya, the Orchid from the Storm's not going to be up fast enough. And Moon's already struggling. He's just about to hit 5. He needs his level 6 if he wants to survive in this lane solo.
Yeah, I was about to say, John, forget about the Orchid timing. I mean, he can't even hit level 6 yet. Yopaj is almost level 8. The Moon just sitting at 5. It's just such a rough time here for this Storm already. And it's like you mentioned, Tim's is here. He's going to make sure Moon cannot feel comfortable prior to that level 6 mark. And it's a lot of respect being given the way of Moon on that Storm. But I think that it's well and truly deserved. His last game, Moon, he had a great performance in that Mirana. This time with the Storm, understanding how important it's going to be for the draft of SMG for this Storm to have a good game. And in fact, here we go again. Mortimer's kisses are out. He still has no zip available, so he can't run.
Oh, God.
Yopaj snipes him again with the fireballs. There's now Rogi. He is barely going to avoid the cookie. They'll try and force a fight. KP's around. Yopaj, he's been the one that gets caught out. Inkswell's there. They'll lock him down and they'll secure the kill. They get something. But they have really made sure Moon is not going to have a good game, at least for the next 5 to 10 minutes.
Yeah, and you know, with that kind of movement coming through from SMG, it opens up the side lanes even more for Boom. So it's a solo lane for FBZ. While off that breaks down, he's got level 6 on his Death Prophet as well. Palos has been basically solo for a long time, and he's still free farming nicely up there in CS, although he's being rotated on now.
That he is Inkswell with the silence out. Dark Ascension to be popped, however, a nice toss back right as the Inkswell pops into the Avalanche. He needs some help though in CTM. He's going to be around to try and make sure Palos does not drop. But KP, he'll go around the tree line. He's just waiting for that Soul Ring to be off cooldown, so he has the mana for that level 3 Void. But there's your salve out now. KP, he'll move in. TP's there from mid 1. Blood Right's out. It shouldn't help though. Palos, he'll still be a man on the run. Avalanche is there, but KP eventually should have enough damage with the Void unless he loses vision. Palos, toss back up. They do eventually get the kill, but now FBZ's rotated. Death Prophet's there, and they do get KP down as a trade.
It's back and forth. And they also managed to find Moon once more, which is an even bigger kill going the way of Boom. Again, punishing that Storm for just trying to find any farm he can get. In the end, SMG are putting the lid on Palos. They're not doing enough to enable Storm. They are giving some space out for mid 1 to run around and be active on the NP. And because they force FBZ down, they don't need to worry about a push control. They lost their top tier 1 already, so it doesn't really matter. Exorcism did its job. They get the team fight in Boom's end. They don't have a massive net worth lead. It is just 1k. So SMG is still in a position where they can try to flash farm back. I think they just have to ride out this power fight. Like, you just don't fight into how strong the Snapfire is right now, because she will just melt you if the control flies in.
Well, they tried just then, but Yopaj unable to land the cookie there with Tims. Is now Arfu and KP gonna rotate. They want the Snapfire dead. It's just worth so much XP right now to make sure Yopaj dies, and they'll get him. In fact, they might find a consolation in the form of CTM as mid 1. Puts the hand up for a high 5. He'll get one from Moon, but I have a funny feeling, John, it wasn't intended for Moon.
Yeah, I think he was eyeing it maybe for CTM, you know, because he's playing the NP. We talked about this. He wants to show off. And the tips are flying through from Yopaj. Mid 1's just been showing up around the map, willing to put his body forward, knowing that if you do gap close in the Snapfire core, it doesn't have much to play with. Like, you could try to cookie out, it's not going to be enough. And they just get the punish. So it's back to that issue with Snap that we talked about. Like, you win your lane, you find those kills. Will this itemization for Yopaj do enough? So far, just with the travels, he's not really managing to get more here.
Oh, Dark Ascension popped down to the bot lane. I believe they were... I don't think it was CTM. It was FBZ they were trying to chase down to that bot lane with the Dark Ascension and Inkswell, but it doesn't end up working out for them as FBZ TP's out just in the nick of time. They still managed to find that bottom tier 1 tower, something they desperately needed. And esports probably won't be too worried about that, as have a look back at Moon, John. He's just about to hit level 7. Avalanche is out, Tibbs is going to find him, but Moon has plenty of mana. He should be just fine this time around. They will annoy him though, and make sure he can't farm freely.
That's the important bit for Boom there, Mike. Like, even though you're losing Yopaj, as long as you're not giving a window for Moon to actually jump back in and use that space, you're still in a relatively good position. And Boom, they're just going for the smokes. They've got the Exorcism ready, so FD could line up for a push. Their bot lane is being shoved in, and you gotta respect the Nature's Prophet. Still an NP, it can still split push even with just the Blightstone and creeps up.
There's almost a level 10 Yopaj around here with Tims now. John Cookie's gonna be there, mid 1, he'll get stunned up, and here comes the fire, raining from the skies. In fact, Yopaj, look at his aim, John, he found Afu blind. It won't matter, because they can't cancel the TP anyway. But just so dominant, once you land that initial cookie from Yopaj, that'll be another kill on the scoreboard for our Snapfire.
They're just playing around that timing, that combination of leader. It's just such a sneaky way of initiating. It's not easy to spot out. Side of SMG, Moon, what's he doing here?
Right, he tried to go after Tims, but Cookie, not gonna land. They were trying to land the Inkswell zip combination there onto Tims, but now Tims is going to turn it right back around the Weaver. Rolling Thunder on the side. They've got Rogi around to try and help out, and he might be able to lock down FBZ and does get a secondary stun to allow the zip in. Cookie, it's not going to help. Moon able to take another kill on the Storm. However, in the meantime, Tims, he does snipe after, but now they've got the Weaver down. And I almost thought to myself, like, wait a minute, who's going to sight the Vice up? But it was the pig out with the pig stick there from Tims.
Yeah, not the right timing. He had time lapse ready, so the pig pull actually ends up hurting him a lot more, and hence the tip coming through. Good punishment coming out from SMG. It's one of those things again. They find an opening. They find a couple of kills. It's not the biggest kills. It's not enough to drag the network back, but it does give them something to play with. It does give them more room to farm up. Moon, he only hits power treads now, but it's a recovery process. You know, he's trying to play catch up, still behind FBZ on farm. Needs a lot more, but maybe with just all the mana he has from his levels, he could try to be aggressive again, looking for that Inkswell combo as you pointed out earlier on, Mike.
Oh, they could find a massive kill. Palos, and he is zipped on. They've got the Vortex, they've got the follow-up Inkswell, and they should have the damage. So eventually Palos understands he's gonna die. And KP will be the one to take it to the Night Stalker.
It's important important kill for Moon to be a part of, as it does add onto his farm. They are hitting spikes here on SMG though. Mid one has that Orchid up. So the NP, when it comes in, is going to be even more effective. KP breaks the smoke here.
Yeah, great vision here from KP. Getting this information for the team, but can they fight now that the nighttime's gone? Doesn't seem like it. Cookie's going to be there. Rogi, he will get himself out, but they got a much better target in KP anyway.
You kill off that Night Stalker. Probably not the target you were looking for with a smoke though, and that's still important for SMG. They're protecting their NP, they're protecting their Storm, they're getting some recovery out. Boomer's still working the map well. They've still got the lead, 10-7, 2k up. They haven't been able to make too much progress on objectives, and that's what we need to see from Boom next. They need to really keep this map shut, because SMG still has room to farm, and we saw it in game 1. Just a little bit of room open. As long as they manage to find an opportunity, they can still get punishment out.
And they go. X's and pop tier, FBZ. They aim down that top tier 2 tower. So there'll be no real defense coming out from SMG. Rogi, he'll pump fake the Rolling Thunder a few times, but that's going to be about it for him. Nice scan up though, he's going to spot out our food. Yapaj, he'll get silenced up, but the Cookie is barely going to make it in time. And that'll be another kill to go the way of Boom Esports.
For more.
And just finding everything now, and with that top tier 2 gone, map space is growing more limited for SMG.
Bot lane, John. Yeah, mid one. He's been scouted, but he does have help around him. Double silence out from FBZ. They'll try to go after Moon first, but he'll zip away. Ruptures out. It's got KP on the Night Stalker. He's going to try and TP away, and it looks like he is not going to make it, Yapaj. He's there with the Cookie once again, and they've got the final piece. They've got mid one. KP, he's going to try and run. But there's really no way out. Yapaj body blocks him. So he wanted to try and give the kill the way of FBZ on the Death Prophet. Yeah, a nice cleanup now for Boom Esports.
SMG are still hanging around the area though, Moon and Raji. Maybe looking for that opportunity to jump onto FBZ, but if they don't quite have enough damage, they could try, as FBZ doesn't have much mana. They will just place. They'll try to hit those hiking spikes. Boom, starting to really wrangle this map their way. They're just getting a lot of space out for Palos. Echo Saber up, Blink flying up now as well. So the initiation's on hand now for Boom to play with. That instant avalanche toss and double hit, the tree grab, it's just going to melt pretty much most heroes except maybe the Night Stalker here on SMG. And for SMG, it's still a matter of stalling the game. Pulling back, getting Moon up and running, getting mid one more items on top of just the Orchid. He is working towards the BKB now on the Nature's Prophet.
He's got no mana, John, but CTN doesn't see him.
Against attack.
Oh, that's a close call, and Moon, he knows how much danger he was in. He does barely manage to get his way out, as now FBZ's going to try and chase down Rogi. Atos is going to be there, and with the Courier, they can actually get some vision onto the Pango. They won't need it any longer. Still, Rogi might be able to buy a bit of space. He's got another swashbuckle up, but no, Yapaj. He's there with the Scatter Blast. They'll at least find a Pango, and it's into an immediate smoke up here from Boom Esports.
They just need to keep that pressure up. They can't relent. I think they understand if you do give openings for the Storm. Once more, it's going to be hard to control Moon if he does itemize. And speaking of...
Oh, silence is there, but doesn't actually land. About it. They don't quite get the initiation they wanted, so they won't bother continuing the chase. They might be able to try and force a fight top lane, but it seems like SMG are well and truly prepared for this one.
They've got the numbers, they've got the creep wave shoved in, with the Nature's Prophet. Mid one's just hanging further back. He understands that doesn't need to really show up for the push. Get that done. They are splitting their forces up though, SMG.
He's there onto the creep wave. Meanwhile, bot lane, Tim's, he could be in a spot of danger. Mid one's got the Orchid up this time around so they can zip in and secure the killers. They even found FBZ. He's going to try and pop the ulti. Kiss is flying in as well. It could be a great team fight here for Boom. As FBZ, he is not dead yet. Onto mid one they go. Avalanche toss is there and they found another. In fact, Moon, he's not out of danger yet either. They'll get the third. That's that classic Death Prophet bait. Where you think you can kill this hero, but once he gets a couple Spirit Siphons going, it starts to feel impossible.
It really does. And the worst thing about that for SMG there, Mike, is that they didn't even find the top tier 1. So they didn't get that tower gold. They didn't manage to get the objective. They TP down for the fight. Doesn't pan out. They don't have enough burst and control to take care of the Death Prophet. Now, fortunately for SMG, Boom can't quite go into Roshan. Exorcism, it's a bit harder to take that objective, but they still have the 5k lead on Boom. They still have a lot of momentum behind them.
Palos destroy Roger in that mid lane, but now Moon and mid one are there to try and hold down this Tiny. Don't forget, this is a pos 1 Tiny, so it's worth a lot of gold here for the side of SMG, but they can't claim the kill. Cookie's there. KP, he's going to keep trying, but he will be another death for the side of SMG, as now Boom Esports, they can just rush forward onto another. They found the big target. They've got mid one. And with the kisses to fly in, there is no way out for him, as they get another. And Boom, they're just so good at counter-initiating with this draft. SMG, they're just nowhere near close enough to be able to pull these fights back their way yet.
I get what SMG is trying to do here as well, Mike. Like, they're trying to counteract that aggression with their own forward movement by having the NP short with the Orchid. We haven't seen the big silence coming through. We haven't seen the big control coming through with that item. And I think the key thing's still Storm. Just with a Kaya, it's not quite there. With a BKB, if you can stand in front, just use your spells, get a good Vortex off, and that could be the turning point, but that's still a ways off.
Oh, he tosses out. They've got the stun off onto KP, and Rogi, he's going to be around to help out. That'll be enough. KP, just happy to be alive. Needed 10 more seconds for the Dark Ascension. Nice little save there from Rogi, as now Yopaj, he'll head up towards that top lane. He's found that target they love to go for, but misses the Scatter Blast. Orchid out, that'll make sure he can't stun, but he has the Yule Scepter up. So he'll cancel the TP off mid one. He's gonna try and make a run for it, but Tim's should be able to keep up the vision. Yopaj, meanwhile, no more of his kisses, but he has the cookie. And that'll be enough to lock him down. And I'll tell you, John, even though this mid-snap fire hasn't been a thing for a while, Yopaj is making it look very good throughout this game. Number 2 is now Rogi, and Moon could be in a spot of danger. Cookie, not going to be there yet. They'll try to bring in Tims, but there's your Cookie out. Perfect timing into the Scatter Blast. They'll find another kill onto Moon, as now they've got Rogi. They'll get a second. In fact, KP, he's going to try and run along with Arfu, but it looks like they might at least be able to find the Grimstroke, and they will. Another one for the Grandma.
Man, the movement from Boom is just so unpredictable. Like, they get the kill top, you feel safe bot, but they're already TPing bot for more kills. Like, they're just not relenting on the aggression. There's no room for SMG to find that farm on the Storm. Like, they're doing a fantastic job on Boom here, Mike, just preventing any sort of openings from SMG to line up. They've got that 9k lead hammered in on Boom side. They're still progressing well on Palos. BKB coming out for the Tiny next. Our Snapfire is just doing insane work with the travels. It's paying dividends back, and she is going to hit the BKB into Daedalus time. So it's still into that late game buildup we talked about. Just hit your talent spikes, and that's when you become a right-click core. And, you know, Yopaj is still lined up to do that. Roshan opened up with the Exorcism running, not going to take long. SMG, no vision out to launch Rosh. Gonna have to surrender that first Aegis of the game. And that just complicates things for SMG. Their win condition, their bounce back potential still remains the same. It's all about Moon on Storm actually getting more items up. And from there, that's when you can start finding some angles to get the zips, to get the control to find kills.
Tims, they saw the Weaver, but again, they're unable to really jump in and lock him down.
For Radiant forces.
Mid one, he's just chilling, hoping somebody does come down to this bot lane to defend. They have got the whole side of SMG on this southern side of the map.
Oh, what'd I miss?
In the end, I suppose, worst case scenario, SMG, they can still secure that bottom tier 2 tower, as Palos is going to rotate, but this could cost him. He'll move in onto mid one. Mid one, he's got the BKB up, and he's going to be alright for now, as Moon will save the day. And now with the Rolling Thunder out, Rogi, he's already TPing. He'll be... Oh, mid one. Oh, they forgot somebody behind.
Unbelievable!
That's a bit of a whoopsie there from the side of SMG. That's the last person you wanted to leave behind, but they've lost the Prophet.
Are scanning for enemy.
SMG took a massive risk making that play. Like, just having those spawns at all.
Down our food. Another one.
Yeah, it's racking up for Boom. I don't know if you can keep playing that way with a Prophet, like standing on the side, using your Sprout, your Treants to come in and just push like that right by a tier 2, because it just gives your position away. It just makes it so easy for the Tiny to get the Avalanche, start finding you out, get the burst off. They are being a bit risky up top, though.
They're going to try and go after Tims, but the rupture's there onto Rogi. They can at least find a trade. In fact, now with the kisses in, it's going to be very hard to try and fight. If you are SMG, just KP and Moon, they'll retreat. Cookie on Tims, but he's still silenced up and will eventually die. It's now mid one. Who are we aiming? They'll go after CTM. So still a positive trade for the side of SMG this time around. Though as I say that, Palos moves in, it'll be unable to find anyone. Yapaj gonna find that mid one, the Nature's Prophet, but in the end won't be able to scout him out and will back off. The team fight does tend to lead now the way of SMG.
They find the kills, but it's only support kills. It's a situation where you'll take what you can get. It's not the impactful kills that bounce you back in. It's still important to kind of give yourself some network to start racking up some items. I think the scary part right now, though, is that Boom are hitting their second power spike in Yapaj.
Oh, this could be scary. This could be scary. Here, Palos. He's BKB'd up. He's going to try and fight. In fact, Yapaj shows up out of nowhere with the shotgun. He'll find a double. Oh, Boots to travel up. Yapaj, he just got there so darn quick. I thought Palos was dead for sure. There were 4 heroes around.
They can't handle the Spellman tier. I think the BKBs alone make it very hard to commit to one hero and off proof. Again,
Same
left
spot.
behind. Yep, exact same spot. Visits the grave once more. They can't handle it. I don't think the Tiny's the big core you want to go for. If you want to punish someone, it has to be either the DP, which is also tough. Likely easiest one is that Snap, but BKB's just put such a big question in it. And that second power spike, Mike, for a Snap, level 20's up, Lil Shredder using attack damage is there, Crystallis is up on Yapaj, so I don't know how you handle this anymore. Like, he's doing such great work with his magic damage, now you have to worry about his physical output as well. It's just, it's a lot for SMG to have to work around this time around.
Yeah. Ironically enough, SMG may be under gunfire very soon. Yapaj. That Daedalus up, gonna put the shotgun away and take out the machine gun. In fact, bot lane, who we found, it's gonna be mid one. Both cores BKB up. Can we get some lucky crits here for Yapaj? We do, but not enough. If you had the Daedalus, it would have certainly been enough damage. However, top lane, Palos, gonna find Rogi. Not quite the target they would have liked to take, but they'll have to settle for what they get. Moon, still very aggressively trying to farm here on the Storm. Is going to be able to zip away anyway.
Tower is under attack.
It's going to be just fine.
Radiant's top tower is no more.
They do at least get a top tier 1 tower for their trouble. There is danger incoming as Boom Esports. They're going to spawn out KB there on the Night Stalker. Do they have the lockdown?
Radiant's top tower.
Yules is available on CTM, but they've lost vision.
Bottom tower is under attack.
And just leaving it and backing up.
It's small wins for SMG. They're not losing the big cores they want to build a farm on. They avoid most of these bigger engagements. Aegis does expire on Palos, but they don't have outer tower stuff. So they don't have many lanes to really dip outside, get some creep farm up, and keep that farm going to try to bounce back in. They're still at a 17k deficit, and as this game slows down, we've seen what Tiny late game's like. The scaling of this here is still sickening. So you have so much armor from Grow, you have so much HP, and BKB, look at Moon.
Yeah, I mean, the damage, John, it's too much. And that's without the silver edge up, so that's without having that guaranteed crit on the Tiny. Moon, he just lost half his HP from the first 2 physical strikes of the Tiny, and then you add the Avalanche toss to the mix, and it's just too much.
Yeah, it's I don't know. For SMG, it does still feel like Moon's that one condition they have left, especially if you say it's a BKB Axe. I just don't know if there's enough time for that. As their high ground's being true with Exorcism, with Tiny's physical output, doesn't take too long.
That it's not John FBZ. They're going to move up. Palos. You talk about Exorcism, but Palos with those right clicks. Very, very scary here. Rolling Thunder, Ixor gonna beat, and Roger, he'll move in. Supply down as well. KP gonna move him to the side, but Roger's already gone. KP, he can't sustain the damage, as now the kisses are out. Afu, he's so far away, but he might die anyway. How good's your accuracy, your punch? It's good enough. Moon, yeah, he'll zip in, but it's only after creeps. He can't deal with the hero right now.
Oh boy. That's going to open up the mega creeps here for Boom Mike. SMG, they already used their big spell defense. They have no way to counterfight. They have no way to defend on the high ground. And that should just start running through the objectives. Yopaj, he's got his Daedalus flying in. That's going to be exciting. We talked about him lacking damage. He's going to have that up. Palos has the full Silver Edge. It's the guaranteed crit you mentioned is going to be there as well. One set of racks left for SMG, 24k down, 35 to 10 at 29.5 minutes in. SMG, you've got to get something here.
Palos does get caught. That is a big something if they can take him down. Palos is still perfectly fine. He has a BKB up, but he does have teammates around him. KB is going to move in mid one. He'll TP in as well. Moon, he's gone. KP's gone as well. Mid one, he's going to try and man fight. They do at least get Palos, but if he has to custom mid one, and they call it. They have seen enough. They've had enough. It's just such a dominant game number 2 here from Boom Esports. And that's going to...
Bottom tower has fallen.
Regeneration.
Normally.
What's the opposite of regicide?
Just trying to never kill it.
Normally.
Dire's top tower is in danger. Dire should look to their top tower. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen. Dire should look to their middle tower. Eager to know Dire's whereabouts. There is little hope for Dire's middle tower. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Regeneration.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
What have we here?
There is little hope for Dire's middle tower. Radiant should look to their top tower. Dire's courier has been killed. Radiant's top tower is in danger. Dire are scanning for enemies. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's courier has been killed.
Next level play.
Radiant should look to their bottom tower. Double kill!
Guess that was just another fairy tale.
Triple kill! The Radiant glyph is now active.
For my master.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Haste!
Lakad mo to! Lakad mo to!
Normally.
Scanning for enemies. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is no more. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
A golden thread.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Shadow and loom, I weave your doom.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Ooh, that one must
Radiant structures are fortified.
That's a strange manner of conduct.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is no more.
With shade drawn.
The next label play. The next label play. The next label play. The next label play.
The Dire stand on the hunt for Radiant forces. Killing spree! Double kill! Killing spree! Dire's turn to ban.
For SMG, with a Venge Shaker on hand, they've already got really good double stuns. We saw this lane before for KP. It didn't feel good. And Boom did manage to put a lid on it, and we saw KP begging for him to have a good game from Tim's like, please don't ruin my lane. We'll see if Tim shows mercy this time, as game 2 is a little bit better for KP. But, you know, the same issues with Avenge in the off lane still applies here if they will go for that route on KP and have Afu on the Shaker. Like, they have the double stun. Whether or not they can find the kills is another question. For Boom, They start with Enchantress Bloodseeker here, Mike, so they've got a stable set of supports. They could flex the Bloodseeker for Palos or for FBZ on the off. They get the Snapfire again. It was left in the pool. They banned out the Sniper, Mike. See, it would have been a good pick. Boo were like, you know, the Snapfire might not do well against Sniper because he's so far back, but we don't have to worry about that now because they banned it. They could try to fall back to the Keeper of the Light. I think Cockle mid against Snapfire doesn't sound too bad. You stand way far back from the wave. With the Illuminate, spam that out. Outside camps, you almost always just hit your farm timing. Still plays into the Shaker quite nicely, and they go for it. So it's there. It could be flexed. We saw Raji take this. Okay, so it's the Bounty Hunter mid. Maybe. Bounty Hunter mid against Snap doesn't sound any better as your melee hero. At least you'll always be in the Snapfire's face. So there's a weird play here where Cookie is a bit harder to land against melee heroes because they can dance around that radius a little bit better. Dance around the stun radius of the Cookie flying forward. So the Bounty Hunter theoretically has a better game and should be able to trade with Snap there. I like that from SMG. We've seen Moon take Bounty Hunter mid before. Again, it's still flex, but it does look like Bounty Hunter is set for mid. Raji takes that Keeper for Light and the support once more. I think in theory, Mike, it sounds weird because you're melee versus ranged. At the same time, what the Snapfire plays with best her spells. So Scatter Blast is still easy enough to land. The Cookie's a bit harder. Because again, you can see the Cookie fly out. You can sidestep it a lot quicker because you're closer to that stun radius. Whereas where you're ranged, it's harder to judge where the Cookie's going to land, which target's going to get cookied. It's hard to judge how far you have to step around. For a melee here, it's a bit easier to just walk forward and avoid that situation entirely. So I think in that sense, the Bounty should be able to hold that lane better and just be aggressive because you're up close. So it's harder for the Snapfire to look for a good angle to get kisses off because you're always going to be by the creep wave and in that sense closer to the Snapfire, so it's easier to just run up, trade hits back. You have the Shuriken, as you mentioned, with a mini stun to actually stop the kisses as well. So this does give Moon a couple more tools, and I think that does lead to a better lane. One benefit as well of Bounty is, even if he has a slow lane like in game 1, his level 6 is a bit more impactful in the sense that he can get side rotations out and just play with the track, bounce back that way through hero kills on the supports.
Silencer.
Ooh. What if you take Bounty Hunter for mid 1 on safe lane, Silencer mid against the Snapfire? That sounds a lot more manageable for a Silencer to deal with. And you have Global Silence to deal with the kisses as well, if you want to go that route. they could flex the snap, like just have a Enchantress Snapfire support duo, Bloodseeker safe lane for Palos, and something else for Yopaj. Against what SMG has, though, they have really good control. Maybe a Spirit Predator could still zip around. They go with a Kunkka instead. So likely Yopaj Kunkka, we're not getting the Snapfire core. Yeah, it does work out that way. It will be a Moon Silencer. So I think SMG's managed to flex that around really nice. They go with safe lane bounty for mid one. Silencer against Kunkka. That's a lane that sounds pretty good for Silencer, although Kunkka can just play with Tidebringer. It doesn't get scared too much. But Moon can just build up, going for the QE build, Arcane Curse, and Last Word. And eventually that's going to hit some insane timings. It's another ridiculous set of drafts from both sides, right? It's just playing with the flex, and I love that with these two teams, Mike. They just bring out some really strange picks no one else is just willing to experiment with. It's a toughie. I'd lean towards SMG. I think the Global Silence counteracts the Snapfire really well. To a certain extent, counteracts Kunkka, because they want to counterfight or initiate. And if you cut off even one spell from that combo from Boom, that entire process just gets broken apart. I think for SMG side, they have this really early lineup. Run and gun is the name of the game, right? You run around with your bounty hunter, get track kills once you're level 6, level 7, rack up the int stacks as well on your silencer down the line once he has value points in the glaives, and you really scale nicely. So I think the timer is a lot quicker for SMG. Not to say that Boom's slow. They have a really quick lineup as well, and we have to remember that not just Yopaj Kunkka, but FBZ Beastmaster is something that Boom, throughout every iteration of its lineup, has always relied on, right? It's FBZ Beastmaster. It always plays fast from the off.
Don't run up that hike. Oh, that's a great fish around from Arfu, but it may not matter. Blood Right's there. Do they have the follow-up? Not quite. He's out. So the Fisher does indeed buy him enough time to get himself out of there. I believe it connected basically every hero on the side of Boom Esports. As Arfu, he'll get a reset and eventually make his way back down to the lane.
Yeah. Doesn't lose out in much. Boom are still posturing though. They're still holding the high ground. They are under vision.
Start out, Illuminate, gonna do a fair bit of damage there onto Tim's. Curses out as well from Moon. Back to the high ground now for Boom Esports. Very back and forth already between these two. Still moving in, they'll spot out KP. I think against that level 1 Illuminate though, you've got to be very wary about how much damage you really take from Rogi. Palos, Blood right out, Boom, they're gonna move in. There's that Illuminate again with the curse. It's not gonna go through 2 heroes, and they got the stun off on Yopaj, but in the end, he gets the bounty, and it seems like KP's gonna be the one in trouble, as they've got the enchanted. Rogi's gonna try and help, but it will not be enough. First blood, the way of Boom Esports. Quick D-ward out from CTM, and you couldn't really ask for a better start for this Radiant side.
You get an even bounty rune trade, you get the bonuses coming through, they get to leverage their level 1 timing, as you know, they might not have as much stuns, but they've got a great amount of damage coming through. Do see the lane split out here, Mike. Palos down with a Bloodseeker along with CTM on the Ench. Of course, we are seeing Afu and KP again on the Ven Shaker lane, and we remember what happened in game 1. KP was off to a really slow start. Afu could not rotate mid. So that's the changes we have to see here in this third game. You have to see them leverage that double stun and look for more aggression and get some mid rotations in for Afu.
That was a great Fisher block from Afu. I mean, did you see how much damage they just dealt in right clicks to Palos? And this is why I love the Afu Earthshaker. Like, he maximizes and makes everything as efficient as humanly possible with this hero. Every time he lands a Fisher, it's always just on target. And it always gets a bit more than you'd kind of expect. You've got to kind of make it as impactful as possible with these level 1 Fishers as well, because once CTM has a few more levels up, with the enchants especially, the lane's going to become increasingly more difficult, it seems, for SMG.
Yeah, and again, it's back to that game 1 where KP had no game. Now, the big difference here is you're up against a melee core, which is much easier to manage with your double stuns, and you can play around. You just have to watch for that slow creep here, though.
Yeah. great creep to get. See, GM getting the ghost, still stun is out. KB, the fish is there. They'll have enough, they'll trade back the way of CTM, and Arfu will pick up the first kill of the game for SMG. And with that, we'll have a look at the mid lane, where you've got your Paj, you've got Moon around. I'd say the Kunkka should have somewhat of an advantage, but it is quite hard to say against the Silencer, especially when you've got a player like Moon on this hero who has proven to be very, very effective on this mid Silencer. So John, who would you give the advantage to in this matchup?
I'd say Yopaj has an easier time getting the wave clear going. Tidering's just so good in clearing out a creep wave. Nice kill down bot onto Polaris again, just because it's a mule core, but Yopaj is not going to be shoved out. Even with 2 levels in Arcane Curse with the last word up, it's good at just harassing Kunkka. It doesn't stop him from wave clear, and Silencer just doesn't wave clear the same way as the Kunkka does.
A lot of damage though. Moon really trying to add on to that harass. Oh, that's a great curse as well. He doesn't actually get any of the bottle charges that Yopaj was about to use. So he won't get the extra value. Definitely was a nice little attempt there from Moon. As we'll head up to the top lane and have a quick gander at that as well. You've got mid 1 on that position 1 bounty hunter along with Rogi. And of course you've got Tims and FBZ around on that offlane Bloodseeker. And that far in fact, hold that thought because Yopaj, he is being extremely low and does go down. Oh, the curse, the last tick was enough to get rid of this Kunkka. Moon able to finally get a solo pick off in that mid lane is now mid 1. Top lane's gonna drop. FBZ and Tims able to get the kill, but now Tims is gonna survive just barely. The Illuminate is not enough to finish off the kill.
And it's a trade-off. The top lane for SMG is a tough one for mid 1 to sustain. Melee hero up against FBZ's special Beastmaster, something he loves to play. And the cookie combo with Boar, with a Snapfire on hand, it just makes it so easy to look for those opportunities to get those kills. And mid 1's already off to a very slow start, 10-2, way behind even Palos in his rough lane. I think as long as FBZ maintains that pressure with a snap, you're gonna have a good time in delaying that level 6 spike, delaying the track kills from coming true from SMG.
You know, I think one thing we forgot to mention during the drafting phase as well, John, this Coddle Bounty Hunter matchup, right? Like this duo, when you use the Chakra Magic with the new Shuriken toss, it literally has a 0-second cooldown on the Shuriken. So he throws one out, refreshes with the Chakra Magic, and immediately gets a second. Don't forget with the Aghanim Scepter, it doubles up and keeps bouncing between the heroes. So essentially, if you do get the refresh going with all the tracks out, you could theoretically hit every single hero. They believe with 4 shurikens. As mid lane, now Yopaj ends up securing a kill there with Tims, but Arfu's going to chase down Kunkka. Won't be able to secure the trade, though. So one moment Moon's going down, the next moment Yopaj is obviously going down, and it's a 1-for-1 in the mid lane so far between the two.
But that's what we needed to see from SMG. You know, we talked about the Shaker in game 1. Afu going down mid by the 4-minute mark. Didn't come out in that game. Comes out here. And that's what they really need to do. It doesn't line up for a kill, but that does mean Afu's ready to put his presence forward. Look for the stun plays. Just get the damage off with that silencer. And Moon is level 6. He's got 303. Skips a global silence. Just goes for that laning damage. And if Yopaj is not careful, he could just fall.
Oh, nice Fisher. Arthur is going to trap Yopaj in that river. Moon, he won't have quite enough damage yet to deal with the Kunkka, but you can just see how much damage over time is being dealt. Loses half his HP just off that one combination. He even doesn't even really have a small camp to go back to. Has to go for the D-ward with the sentry.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
Moon, another combo out. Arthur, he's always on target. And this man, he just lands fishes whenever he wants, with perfect precision, or rather precision. As Arfu, he'll keep the chase up. Yopaj, he's got a double damage rune now, but it won't matter. He'll run right into Rogi. Surely he can't survive this, and he won't. They do take him down. It's a bit of a group up in the mid lane here from SMG, but it is certainly going to be worthwhile if they are killing off Yopaj and that Kunkka.
Yeah, I think the key thing for SMG is that they're giving Moon a game. They're allowing the Silencer to keep farming up. Have to be careful with trades, so Raji will be able to TP out, seeing the cookie committed. But it is something that allows him to play. This is a big shakeup from game 2, where we saw Moon just shut down. He is having a much better footing in this game, having more CS, slowing down Yopaj's timings, is a level ahead in the Silencer. Has that max arcane curse, so if he lands that combination with the last word, you said half HP last time, should be a bit more this time around.
Oh, absolutely. See the Okunka just suffering right now, being constantly silenced here by Moon. And there you go, look at mid one right now, John. He's got the axe queued up already. Believe he's got the point booster on the way. So with those shuriken bounces and with the fact that you're going to have the Janata being applied with the axe, it's just going to be so much damage output as he rotates down bot. He hasn't got level 6 yet, but with this kill out on Palos, he will hit his level 6 timing. And this is when SMG should look to get very aggressive with this bounty hunter, I think. We'll see how involved mid does get, but I imagine he will at least be around to try and get some tracks out.
Yeah. Get the tracks. I have to point out here, Mike, that the axe upgrade for bounty now is Janata on toss, because the shuriken toss bouncing, it's built into toss already. So it will just work that way without the axe. So it's going to be bouncing even without the axe. The axe will just add more damage with Janata stealing gold and doing bonus damage as well, tying into their minus armor with that venge nicely. So physical burst on hand for SMGs lining up. We will try to get that push going bot. It's not a quick process in comparison to FBC's Beastmaster offlane, as it's a Beastmaster, it just melts objectives. So we'll see how long it takes, but they will commit the heroes running tree down bot right now. The side of Boom's not quite ready to push themselves, but FBZ is cutting off the jungle. He spotted out the stacks and he's stealing them away.
And he is.
Gold for my chest.
Radiant have fortified their
Palos going to get scattered out here by Arthur. Nice observer ward there, just keeping tabs on what the Bloodseeker's doing at the moment. I do really like that Raji top lane. So he has accepted the fact that he's going to die as Tims just walks in, and FBZ had plenty of damage with the dominated creep. Now I wonder, John, I mean, with the Ags upgrade, having that Janata strike on the shuriken toss, what do you kind of follow up with that? Like, are you looking for something weird, like a Desolator, for example? Or what's really going to add on to that damage output?
So it's probably your best bet. There's always the cheeky Dagon build. I hate that I have to justify Dagon Bounty Hunter, but yes, it's probably also one of the better choices in terms of just getting those kills fast with the track, finishing off the supports in the back, and going from there. Desolator is probably the best for scaling, though, and you could go that. There's an argument to be made for Echo Saber. I'm not sure if Echo Saber with the Ags and Bounty Hunter applies the slow, because it's technically an auto attack when it applies Janata, in a sense. So it could work that way with a nice micro slow when you toss up the toss, but probably not. Still really good in terms of getting some right clicks off, so you have forward presence as well. SMG, they are still lining up bot, right? Like, they're still grouping around the Bounty Hunter. They're just grouping 2 or 4 heroes in the bot lane, taking over the jungle. The side of Boom are kind of cut off, but they are playing top as well. We'll have to watch their mid. SMG can easily swing their bodies towards the mid lane. Issue is their push, again, is not that quick. And while you are getting some space in that jungle, FBZ is just slowly but steadily chipping away at the top tier 2 alone. And if he is allowed to take that tower out, take the outpost, that could open up the Roshan here for Boom.
It's just standard play here from FBZ. Like, he's known on this Beastmaster to just consistently stay at the top lane and be very annoying, just trying to force rotations. Back from SMG, don't allow them to go around the map and add up with these track kills, but rather force them to come back and deal with this top lane. Luckily, you do have a position 5 Keeper of the Light available on your side if you are SMG, so you've certainly got the answer. And Rogi won't mind just hanging around that top lane and just continuously keeping it pushed out. This is assuming he doesn't get caught out and ends up dropping. But at least for now, or rather FBZ's decided he'll leave it be. Farm up that Dire jungle and wait for a better time to go back after that top tier 2. Of course, you still have the mid tier 1 to go after as well if you are Boom Esports, so no real rush for the tier 2 quite yet. I know naturally they'll want the quick outpost. In fact, Moon, he's gonna have a bit of a rotation up to the top lane. problem is this Hawk is giving vision. They know Moon's there. And this TP is going to amount to nothing.
Just some time that he's not using as effectively here on SMG side, Mike. Moon missing out on some mid farm. He was at mid, just holding that tier 1 by himself. Probably getting a bit antsy, knowing that his damage output's at its highest now. Going for max arcade, max last word. He just wants to find some stable kills, build off from them, just not finding that opening. In fact, they haven't been able to play around track. So I think for Boom, they've avoided these fights really nicely and just prevent themselves from getting built up by farm.
Can they kill CTM? It's a kill. You look at the Enchantress, you're wondering, can I actually kill her in time? They are seemingly quite desperate here on the side of SMG to actually get some track kills going for this bounty hunter. So I don't think we've even seen one quite yet. Not really happening at the moment. Mind you, mid 1, very close now to that Ags. It's about 5 gold off. And that's when the party really starts to get started. However, rotations are here. Yopaj, he's going to be there with Tims and CTM. They'd love to find that bounty hunter right now with him being so close to the Ags, and they will. With the torrent out, they've got the boat to fly in, but a nice swap from KB will ensure that mid 1 is safe. Kisses immediately cancelled off by the global silence. In SMG, I don't think they're going to counter-initiate, though they may try now. Moon, he showed up. They've got the silencer to back them up, and Tims, he might just be dead here. In fact, never mind. He's got the raindrops, he'll be just fine. And CTM, he's going to be there with the heals out, but in the meantime, mid lane, FBZ is pushing out that T1 tower. And SMG, they're being forced around the map to try and respond to the pressure being applied by Boom Esports. They are doing a great job of it though. Arfu's gonna get roared up. I don't think they can capitalize off that roar, however. Arfu, he's still trapped in the X. Torrent is gonna eventually be out. Yopaj, he does land it. Echo Slam committed. Arfu's gonna try and fight back, but eventually they do get the kill. In fact, now Moon has been stunned, but it won't matter. The follow-up won't be there. Mid 1, with the tracks out, swap out into CTM, Blood right. Be there to try and help out this Enchantress as Illuminate does fly through, but nobody's dying. KP, he'll be the second to fall for the side of SMG as shurikens are bouncing all across the heroes, but nobody's dying. Moon,
It's an issue. Oh.
maybe this time the last word, but it should be enough. CTM, he's gonna try and salve. The curse will cancel it off immediately.
Yeah, it's one kill. SMG still not quite finding the big fights they want. Boom doing a good job of just avoiding in general. You're not giving opportunities for the tracks to rack up. You're not giving the opportunities for the spell spam or the chakra on Bounty Hunter to really kick in. That Ags you talked about, Mike, is up. So they will smoke and look. Let's see if this does enough with the damage on it.
Tims could be the first target. They get the track out. They should have the follow-up control here to make sure Tims dies. And he will. It's mid 1. He'll keep going for more. Onto Palos they go. Big kill on the Bloodseeker if they can find it. Shuriken's flying out left, right, and center. But mid 1, he's been ruptured up. He can't go much further. CTM, he'll be targeted. But Boat's going to fly right into the face of mid 1. He's still alive, however. Yopaj, he'll have to back off against Shurikens. Flying out more and more. CTM in trouble. He'll go down. Roar out from FBZ onto Arthur, but he won't be alive. The Dominated Creep will get it done as mid 1 somehow throughout all this damage has survived, but how long? The chase is back on, but Yopaj, he can't get close. There's too many shurikens flying out. AP, he'll try to finish the job, but can't quite do it in time. Back to Rogi, he could be in danger as FBC's around, but instead they want the silencer, they've got him. Mid-1, or rather Moon is down. There's now KP, he might be the second to fall, and they will get him. A very long and prolonged team fight. Boom Esports, you can see them struggling, John. They were very worried about those shurikens, but in the end, it still goes the way of Boom.
It's just not enough to really hold off on the side of Boom. Like, it is annoying having that bounce around. It is a good amount of gold bouncing back towards mid 1 because the Janata hit, stealing some gold away. Not enough to really get the damage out that they want. I think they're going to need more items coming through, perhaps some protection for their silencer. Looks like Moon is trying to rush the Ags, so he's going all in on damage as well. AoE last word with the Arcane Curse. If he does get this Ags timing quick enough, And that is where Silencer starts to feel like a massive issue, especially if the game drags late into the level 25 point. The issue is they need more track kills for that to come true, and it's still not a simple process for SMG to find those pickoffs they want.
X out. They've got the KB. X out on Tims. Tims, he's in trouble. Looks like he might just drop here to the Illuminate, but no, he barely survives. It won't matter. They've got another Shuriken. It's mid one. He'll keep going for more now. Yapaj, he'll be the target. They can't really keep up with him. It won't matter though. Every track kill's a good kill. In fact, they might have an opportunity for more now as Palos, he's going to move in, but he's got the Rupture out. Boat with the X out onto mid one. He'll be protected though by KB. If they'll try to go on Venge instead, with the Roar out, they've got him. In fact, mid one, he's a bit of a sitting duck. They'll get him once again on the bounty. And while it is still very scary with all the Shuriken losses happening, if Boom managed to find the bounty first with the Rupture, it's very hard for mid one to be able to survive through it.
They just have to get that control on that bounty hunter first, keep him down, prevent him from spamming out those spells. The range of his can toss is pretty ridiculous though. Not just because, well, it gets increased range from the Ags, but the bounce potential. So it's basically double what you see when you mouse over it, because it can bounce max range as well. And SMG's been doing a good job of just trying to play a war of attrition. In the end, even if you spam that spell a million times, if you don't find a kill, the tracks aren't racking up. And Boom still holds on to a 4K lead, 11-9. They've got control of the map. They've been playing spectacularly well, in particular with FBZ. His micro on the dominated creep's been on point. His Hawk usage has just given so much vision out. And it's just hard for SMG to find the opening. They will smoke up. They do not have global silence, but they could try.
CTM, again, any kill the track is great for the side of SMG. CTM, though, he's still alive. There goes the hill with the Glimmer Cape TP out. He won't make it, but he may still make it, John. He's still running. CTM, can they kill him? No, they can't. KB, he's in trouble. He's going to drop. And now the chase is on. There's more Shurikens fly out. Yapaj, he won't quite be able to find an X. It won't matter though, because they save CTM, and now with the Helm of the Overlord up, they can easily set up for this top tier 2 tower. No problem.
Step lively now. Your admiral is
Gotta say that Granite Creep really kept CTM alive. Just the added HP gave him enough to live through, and SMG, no global silence. If they force a fight, they're lacking a really big fight tool. Maybe they could try to get a good slam out from Afu. He does have the blink. We haven't seen it come out yet, but Boom's been doing a good job of just staying split up in these fights, not giving any opening towards SMG at all.
Last word out, CTM again going to be targeted. Without the heal out, it won't matter. Another kill there for Moon on the silencer. 12-10 now, John. 4K net worth lead for the side of Boom Esports. Is there another power spike we're looking for this carry bounty hunter?
The bounty hunter itself, and the BKB is going to help him stand in front. I don't think control's been an issue for mid one though. Like, the BKB won't help him against a Rupture, it won't help against a Roar. So this is only going to allow him to stand against probably the Kisses and Cookie, which for the most part they've been using on other heroes. I think the key thing now is for Moon to take over, and for KP to hit his Ags timing. You're very close to that Venge Ags, you can throw a body forward, play from there, swap around, be more aggressive with a Venge positioning, and that does give you an angle to actually find ways to use that slam in these fights.
Smoke break in the mid lane, Rogi. The spawn out BZ. Mid one, he's around, he'll get the tracks out. Meanwhile, bottom, Yapaj looking to set up on Moon by himself. Might be able to get it done. He has been silenced though, but the X-Pack is right in the nick of time. They don't have the follow-up, however. Yapaj, he needs to run because mid one's now on the chase. Get the track out. He does have CTM behind him, and he still has a lot of time for his team to try and catch up, but here come the Shurikens. Blink on cooldown. He can't blink into Fisher Yapaj. And in the end, the Kunka's going to be just fine. And in the meantime, Roshan has been started by Boom Esports. A great distraction play here from our Kunka, as Roshan is going to go freely the way of Boom Esports, it seems.
Really sneaky play, SMG. They smoke up, just a bit too late. They are still in the area, they're scanned out.
Oh, Palos, he's a massive pick off the Bloodseeker. They might lose him. They've already lost the Aegis. KP, he'll be roared up and will die as well. He's got that remnant, but it may not matter. He'll try to swap and just run his way out. But in the end, he's going to drop as now the kisses start to fly in on the heads of SMG. But they're going to be all right. Only KP being lost here, and they did end up getting the Bloodseeker Aegis anyway. So not really too big of a loss for the side of SMG.
I'd say you're happy enough. Without the Aegis, Boom's going to be a bit wearier of going for big objectives. At the same time, that is mainly the Ags reveal on KP, so they're aware of that illusion coming true. They still have enough control to deal with it. The side of Boom, they are still ahead by 5k, but the gap between the cores aren't that big. Moon is keeping up quite nicely with Palos, and Palos, FBZ, and Yopaj have been dead even in net worth. So you're not having a major item advantage on your cores. It's really just down to most of the supports in the off lane. That's where the big difference coming out for Boom, and that means SMG can still play. We haven't seen them find the angles. We haven't seen them get the most track kills yet. I think the pressure's on Afu. It's starting to become an issue of teamfight control and getting burst damage off, and we haven't seen Afu find the angle for the big slams, which is, it's not his fault. He is trying to get up there. Boom's just super disciplined and splitting up every time. They have to funnel them to a really tight spot here.
Big group of X out. They've got the Earthshaker. Yopaj immediately into the BKB, but the Global Silence is going to follow up to try and help out. Afu still being chased down, however, and eventually will go down as now KP's been caught out. And that'll be another kill to go the way of Boom Esports. SMG unable to find any form of a pick-off. The net worth lead will extend 7k the way of Boom. And when you've got a bounty hunter on your side, having the net worth deficit is never going to be a good thing if you are SMG.
Yeah, it's not a good sign. With Bounty Hunter, he's supposed to be snowballing. And to be fair to Mid-1, he had a really good time in the Ags. It's just not as impactful as we were Theory crafting, unfortunately. We'll still have to see. They still have an opportunity as a high ground defense for their lineup with a Shaker, with a Silencer, with a Keeper for Life. It is pretty good to hold, but you have to watch for the Hawk Dives now as they shard us up on FBZ.
We'll deal with the dominated creeps there. They at least get the Helm of the Overlord creep, and it's immediate smoke up. That may have been scouted out. In fact, it was. There was a hook around. They know the smoke is there. Yopaj, he's still going to rush for the regen, but the Echo Slam is committed up. Really wants to lock him down. And Yopaj eventually is going to pay for trying to go after that rune, as now CTM is going to be focused down. But can they take him down? KP is the one in trouble again. And you really can't underestimate the amount of damage that Boom Esports can pump out as KP will drop. SMG still looking for another way back in. The Hawk Stun is going to be there, and now the dominated creep is out with the Rupture and the Roar. They've got Mid-1 to find another. Tips out immediately from Boom. It's Mid-1, he's confident.
He was tracked. And that's the thing. He died trapped up. So Boom actually finds a track kill somehow with her Lotus Orb use. That's something the Bounty Hunter has to be really careful about next. Like, if you're tracked up, obviously you can't be sneaky with your Shadow Walk, and if you die, well, Boom starts to build up even more gold. So nice track kill for Boom. SMG, they find one kill. It's not enough to turn the game towards their side. And for Boom, this is just a steady process. You find a pick off, you force the team fight, you look for the push. You've got massive creep armies with a Beastmaster and an Enchantress to an extent. And you can just keep playing for objectives, whereas SMG, it's a weird situation. They need pickoffs, they haven't been finding them, and it doesn't feel like any items coming forward fixes any of those issues. The Ags is up on Moon, so the AoE last words there makes it easier for him to farm out a creep wave, cut through waves, get some farm going. It can be a bit ridiculous, but you need to find a way to group Boom together. It's just discipline from Boom. They stay so far apart. Look at the precision here as they go for tier 1. They keep at least 500 units away from each other. Never clumped up at all.
Certainly not. And now the big smoke up as well, right into that mid lane through the river. The KP, he's frontlining for the team right now, just trying to secure that tier 1 mid, but in the meantime, mid 1, he's going to break the smoke, fish around to try and hold them back. They haven't spotted mid 1 yet, but Yopaj, he'll go after KP first instead anyway. Torrent's going to fly out, Bo still being held on to, but eventually he does get it out. Mid 1, he's got the BKB, so he'll be alright through the boat, but the damage with the right clicks out Palos, he's got enough. Yopaj will claim the kill, and they've got another. KP's already down. The Remnant won't last either. Yopaj is already on his way to trying to find another hero to send back with the X. He might find Rogi. In fact, never mind. They found him instead. Fish is out. Lock him down. He'll manta off the silence. But can he survive? He'll try. Mid 1. He's going to show back up, but there's your track being bounced back the way of the Bounty Hunter. And CTM, he'll enchant them up. And with these Hawks, these damn Hawks constantly stunning these guys up. It may not matter though. Echo Slap is there, but Arfu, he doesn't have the damage on his own. In fact, never mind, because mid 1 with the shuriken toss, he got the kill, but it's going to cost him his own life. CTM's out with the tips again. He just keeps up the mental warfare here against mid 1. It's Arfu. He's going to jump in on the Earthshaker. But what can he do? Roar out on KP. He might die a second time. Yeah, and he's gone. FPC's all over it. KP, you can try and run the best you can, but there's no running. They even found Moon.
Yeah, they just clean up. Raji, last guy left, still trying to be cheeky, but not going to be able to find a snipe, and boom. Finding every kill. They're building up that lead now. They forced the dive back on mid 1 very early on. They're going to be able to rip through the tier 2 tower, possibly line up for high ground. And they don't have their Bloodseeker, but he's not necessary for the push. And they know that Global Silence is down on respawn. They know it's one man trying to defend. There's no Echo Slam as well. So a lot of leeway here for Boom to just go for the objectives and to build up even more of an advantage. SMG, they need to temper in the aggression. Afu's been going for one-man Echoes because that's all he can gun for. He can't find the opportunity to go for more, and I think that's just causing massive issues for SMG. The only way to go around this now is, again, just becoming hyper strong on your silencer, having Moon just farm up so much more, maybe go for attack speed, or just Sight of Vice for one piece of solid control to melt someone down. Any of those items are a long way off for Moon. It's just not ramping up yet in the silencer, and the track kills haven't been flowing in.
Mid 1. Track out to FBZ, but he sees him. Swap out KP. He's going to try and keep the bounty alive. The shurikens do get started. KP, however, may not be so lucky as it's another nice fish around, but the Mortimer's Kiss is in from Tim's. But make sure they get the venge kill. Onto more. Yopaj, he's already killed off Moon. Down on the backside, they're going to commit the buyback immediately, but what are you going to achieve from this buyback? You're already at a deficit without KB, and it doesn't seem like they can actually force a fight.
Yeah. It just doesn't line up for SMG. Like, they tried to bounce back in with a buyback. No real opportunity. Global Silence is on cooldown. They couldn't really turn around with that spell use as well. And Boom is just starting to really run down SMG's side. The theory crafting of, well, the track and the early ags on Bounty Hunter just isn't paying off. Mid one's trying to go for Trapples next. Trap's trying to just be all over the map, have some more move speed to chase heroes down. The big issue is FBZ. You see those Hawks all the time. The stunts are just cutting off SMG's initiation.
CTM has everything but the kitchen sink thrown at him, and he just takes no damage. Just pops the heal out of the mid lane and just back to full. No problem. Nothing ever happened for this man. So SMG, they just need to find a way back into this game. And I know you love to reference the level 25 mark on the silencer. Maybe that's kind of what we're set to expect here. But he's just so far off that point. It's just hard to imagine you even get to that level 25 mark the way this game's going. As more Hawks dive in, there's a 20k deficit here for SMG. Is now mid one. Has been enchanted up by CTM. Even the creeps themselves are doing too much damage right now to mid one. He's forced the BKB up. The Rupture is already there. Onto Moon. They got the roar out. Swamp from QP, but the Mortimer's Kisses, they are just flying in. Mid one, how do you survive this? The answer is you don't. You just accept it. As Palos, he's onto another mid one. He just calls it. He knows. They miss the timings. The draft just does not work out. And Boom Esports, they'll be your first grand finalist for Season 8 of the BTS Pro Series.
Boy, what a spectacular fashion to do this well from Boom. They look pretty dominant.
There is little hope for Dire's middle tower. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's barrier has been killed. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
You're so nice.
And ice!
Dire's top tower is in danger. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant should look to their bottom tower. Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is in danger. There is little hope for Dire's middle tower. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire should look to their top tower. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire should look to their top tower. There is little hope for Radiant's middle tower. Unbelievable! Radiant have fortified their structures against attack. The Dire Glyph is now active. Radiant's bottom Dire should look to their top tower. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
That should help.
Radiant's courier has been slain in cold blood. Radiant should look to their unbelievable! Mega kill! Double kill! Top tower! Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. The Radiants, eager to know Dire's
Was that good?
This is the real unbelievable! Monster kill! Double kill! Triple kill! Bear with is no more. Radiant shall fall to their top tower. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is no more. The dire scan on the hunt for radiant forces. Radiant's barracks is full.
So nice.
Unstoppable! Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
You're so nice. Battle seeks resolution.
Silence is broken!
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Killing spree! Double kill! Top tower is under attack. Shit! Radiant's top tower is full. This is not Radiant's bottom barracks. It is slaughter! Radiant resist. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Fire and ice.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning for enemies.
Invisibility.
Fire and ice. Dire are scanning for enemies. Radiant. Holy shit! Triple kill! Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. I don't know what we're seeing! Fight to protect their ancient. Is the radiant ancient about to fall? Radiant's ancient is under attack. No chance yet! The radiant ancient is in grave danger. Dire victory! 5 seconds remain. It is Radiant's ban.
I'm doing great. We had a fantastic first series between Boom and SMG. FBZ had some very strong words in that interview that I'm sure a lot of people will, set to heart. This matchup is going to be lit as well, Mike. Yeah?
Mars!
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, she comes through. Motivate Trust kind of setting up for it with her bands. They take care of the silencer, which we were having a chat before the games went on. I said, yeah, Dawnbreaker is great, but she's counteracted by one hero, silencer. So they take it out. Motivate Trust pick it up again. They've run this before on Q. So we'll see if they flex it around, maybe put it in core position off lane. There's been some ramblings about mid Dawnbreaker being a thing as well. I think Topson did it, and he had a fantastic time, but that is Topson, so we'll see if that does translate to actual pro play, if they do want to flex it mid. But really open hero. Again, historically, Motivate Trust has run that on the pause 4 for Q. We'll see if that holds true this time. Polaris, they start with Gyro Mars. So it's a bit open for them. They can flex the Gyrocopter as support if they want to. This could just be our 2 cores on hand, or maybe they flex the Mars as support as well, as we've seen before. Strong combination. You've got the call down arena combo, but I think Motivate Trust kind of counteract that with a Life Stealer, Mike. He doesn't worry about the arena. He pops Rage, magic damage of Gyrocopter disappears, control of Mars disappears. So Motivate Trust, I don't think they're too worried about the hold and the magic damage that the arena and Gyrocopter can bring out here. really is. You have a lot of control in lane, and if you don't have anything to stop her from just getting her spells off, it becomes a bit of a problem. She can just show up in the middle of a team fight as well with decent enough sustain. What we tend to see from Dawnbreakers across the board is a prioritization of Ags timing. So even on support, you tend to look for the Ags up to have that stronger presence with your ult and just to provide more damage, more healing coming through with that spell. We'll see how well Q can build that up if they do decide to put it on Q once more. But I don't really see a reason for them to flex it yet. It's really effective on the pause 4. Depending on the lane partner you do get here with Masaros, it can really set a good pace. And the one thing for Motivate Trust is they've been flexing their mid offlane picks a lot. We have seen Motivate Trust run offlane Void Spirit, run offlane Storm, even for Masaros in a couple of those games. And the Storm Spirit doesn't quite pay off the same way. I think the offlane Void Spirit's a lot better to flex with. We'll see what kind of combo they will have for Q and Masaros there with the Dawnbreaker on hand. Polaris, they go into the Grimstroke, so you've got Grimstroke Mars combination in lane, really easy setup. Spear, Inkswell coming on, works great in the arena as well, great confined space to get your control off. But again, into a Life Stealer, once Rage is up and running, it's not going to be as big of an issue. You will have to abuse the laning phase where Rage is likely not leveled up. We tend to see Life Stealers just opt to go for their passives into the ult, Rage coming on by level 7 or so. So it's a long time until you see spell immunity there. Motivate Trust, they do have the Lion on hand for good control and burst, and they've got the Embers. I think they've tied in the gaps that a Dawnbreaker support does bring. You have really solid control with Lion. You have a great Hex, Earth Spike coming through as well to kind of hold heroes down. And you do have Magical Burst. So that's something Dawnbreaker kind of lacks. Steady hold, because her spells aren't guaranteed stuns. Her damage output is nice, but it's not quite bursty, and the Lion does kind of cover those tracks quite well. Yeah, who knows? The guy always has something interesting to put on. It's starting to look really well designed, well painted on his skin. We'll see. If he wins, it's going to feel better. If not, well, it's still scheduled, so you can't really call it off. Still, the draft goes on here. Polaris do go into the Terrorblade, which is a really good response to Life Stealer. Especially once you hit your Scotty timing, right? So with a Scotty, you can just fight around the Life Stealer. Doesn't care for his rage. You're still going to be able to slow him down. Gap closing now onto the Terrorblade is going to be a bit of an issue for the Life Stealer. You do have natural infest with the Ember, and in a way, Motivate Trust has some ways of dealing with the Terrorblade early on. Magic damage on Ember and Line is pretty good, especially the Finger. And that can be an issue for the Terrorblade. We'll see if he does opt for a BKB down line here for Natsumi. Not something we tend to see too much from Terrorblades early on. It's not a high priority item. So it's down to the rest of the team to protect him, and we'll see just how well they can get that job. But it's a stable win condition for Polaris. That does mean our gyro is likely a support gyrocopter unless they do something weird and give it to Mac, but I really see that coming out. So it should just be a 5 gyro, Grimstroke 4, and just down to see how effective they can make use of that gyro. With a magic buildup, the control, it's not amazing, but homing missile is still steady enough to kind of lock in some heroes. And in the lane, Terrorblade gyro does sound like it could get pretty aggressive early on. Yeah, we've seen it a couple of times, and the pushing pace, the early aggression you can get up, with the early damage output of Terrorblade is really strong. You can pressure tier 1s quick, especially the mid. Natsumi can just show up by, say, 10 to 12 minute mark, get pushing there with the exorcism up, and clear out the lane, start to apply more pressure, shut down more of the map for Motivate Trust, and go from there. That's something that, Motivate Trust, we talk about them a lot. That's something they kind of... early game is something that they know themselves. They don't really get running fast, and I think Polaris has the lineup to build on top of that. Mind you, Motivate Trust plays really well when they lose lanes, so that might just play into what Motivate Trust wants, because every time they win lanes, they somehow don't close it out. So maybe that's exactly what they want. We'll see if Polaris can keep the pressure from laning phase onwards and prevent Jackie from building up. I think for Motivate Trust, the combination of the Void Spirit Dawnbreaker, as we talked about earlier in the draft, Mike, Dawnbreaker with some decent setup, and Void Spirit Remnant in that case, you can actually chain stun well, you can get your damage off in lane, you can harass really nicely. So there's a lot of early pressure Natsumi has to watch out for, especially while Metamorphosis is down. Once that's down, Masaros and Q have a really clear shot at being aggressive and just looking for kill opportunities.
Normally.
Ooh, I think just off draft alone, I'd have to lean towards Polaris. I think the win condition of Terrorblade's a lot stronger than Lifestealer. It takes a lot of time for Lifestealer to hit the same item spikes as the Terrorblade does. You don't have a natural steroid to get you big and strong as well. And down the line, that's something the Terrorblade kind of covers with the Ags pickup, with a refresh. So there are lots of ways to play against that shortcoming of Metamorphosis, and I think Terrorblade's just easier to kind of build your foundation off. For Motivate Trust, this lineup does require a mid-game spike, which is where they excel. You just kind of have to hit it, and it all boils down to, I think the biggest lane for them is really their off lane. Like, Q and Masaros have to go off on a running start with a Dawnbreaker and Void Spirit. If they can get that done and put a dent in Natsumi's farm, and that's where the opening comes out for them.
Fair enough. I mean, it's sure to be a very exciting matchup between these two.
And counting.
You've basically got the previous adroit here on the side of Polaris, and as time's gone on, they've looked stronger and stronger. They've made it to a very respectable position throughout the BTS Pro Series Season 8 now, through this lower bracket, and just one best of 3 away from being at that lower bracket final against SMG. But Motivate, I mean, they've won a couple of these themselves. They're not new to this. They'll be looking for their third championship if they can get this victory going and somehow beat SMG tomorrow. They will be into another grand final against Boom. Have to wait and see what happens, at least for this game number 1, as we may as well start with playing here. Fearless on the Ember, of course, going to be against Mac on the DP. Got to give my props to Mac John, by the way. I was tuning into the games last night, and man, the Mac Ember, just fantastic play from him in his previous series. This time around, he's in the VP against the Ember Spirit of Fearless, who's also known to be very, very good with these kind of heroes, in particular the Spirit Brothers. But do you give the advantage to one or the other here in this mid lane matchup?
It ends up being rather even, and you have ways of clearing out the creep wave from both sides. Fearless can kind of tank through some of the damage with the Flame Guard, but he does lose his creep clearing if he's not careful. Mac, for the most part, is hard to zone out. He's got the Spirit Siphon against a melee hero, so he'll be able to sustain himself. I think the key thing to watch out is hitting his Orb Corrosion timing, or at least his level 6 spike. That's when we see Fearless himself play a lot more aggressive on the Ember. He looks for those side lane rotations, so that's around a 6-minute mark for most mids, and you can't have the same impact with a DP. You will have EXO up, maybe, if you want the value point, and that's the point where you push, but presence in fights is a lot stronger there for Fearless, so I have to watch his scaling into 6 and see what he does from there.
Okay. Goes down to the bot lane. You're going to see Boomy there with Nico. Mars and the Grimstroke, quite a powerful combination. You can line up the spear with the Ink Swap, but you're going to have Q on the Dawnbreaker and Jackie there on that Lifestealer. You mentioned earlier in the draft as well that Jackie shouldn't really be too concerned during this laning stage, especially once he does have the rage up. And we just saw the first spear of the game just kind of being whiffed there onto Q. As even the Inkswell's not really going to land in the end. Mind you, Q also missed the Starbreaker, so everyone kind of missing their spells here. But in this duo versus duo matchup, are we expecting like an even trading lane? Do you think there is a point where maybe one side can get more aggressive than the other?
I think for the most part it does lend itself to be even. Perhaps by, say, level 3 it feels a lot better for Polaris, as again Jackie on the lifesteal is likely not going to want to get into rage. It doesn't do much for his farming, doesn't do much for his ability to do damage, so he will want to go for a more aggressive laning build, as we tend to see Jackie do. I am a bit surprised that Motivate Trust break up the Dawnbreaker Void Spirit lane. I feel like that's a lot stronger. It's easier for you to land Starbreaker with a stun setup, and you don't have that here for a Lifestealer matchup. And you are still seeing Q do good work though, but not quite enough.
Of course.
Spear out, Nico gonna try and punish him. But going on to Boomy, they might just have the kill. Q, he'll eat a Fairy Fire. Nico, he'll keep the chase up. Salve is gonna be there. It'll be cancelled. Q, he'll try the Celestial Hammer, but it won't be enough as Nico has a massive spear in his hands. And eventually they will secure first blood for the side of Polaris.
And that allows Nico to hit his level 3 spike as well. So he has level 2 spear, he's got the God's Rebuke ready, they've got both the Stroke of Fate and the Inkswell to kind of land onto Jackie. Jackie does actually opt for the value point in rage, so he has a way of saving himself, but that is a long across each level. Duration's not great, so there's still big windows for Polaris to keep looking for that aggression in this lane.
Of course, last lane as well, John. Top lane, you can see Natsumi there on that Terrorblade, along with his position 5 Gyrocopter being played by CML. You're going to have Set Zero there on that line, along with Masaros, that off-lane Void Spirit. So position 5 Gyro is apparently a thing now, for CML at least. This is, I guess it does kind of dominate the laning stage with Rocket Barrage, so I can't really doubt it. I don't know, how's this lane go, John?
Actually really like it. I think the Gyrocopter support is roll it does really well. You've got good damage coming through with Natsumi as well, and look at that.
Yeah, speaking of the devil,
Set Zero.
They get the kill. Masaros, he's going to try and run with that Resonant Pulse. So much damage though flying in from Natsumi will force out the escape with the Resonant Pulse. In fact, no, that was the Dissimulate. The Resonant Pulse was the first shield. So there you go. Natsumi, it's just so much damage with the Metamorphosis and Masaros. It's very hard to fight into this matchup when you have got the Metamorphosis available on Natsumi. CML is going to chase him down again. I mean, just look at the damage. Masaros, he can't even get close right now. Is even with the Metamorphosis down, it feels like CML, just with the Rocket Barrage, is going to be such a nuisance.
He really is. And it's a bit of an issue for Motivate Trust in holding off that pacing. Like Masaros, we've seen him play from behind multiple times. The Void Spirit is a hero that doesn't really care, at least. And you know, you hit level 6, you can still be aggressive. Likely level 7 is when you really start to see that aggression line up. But you're not slowing down Natsumi. Terrorblade's still hitting its farm beats. CML is getting some good EXP out from the lane as well. And he's already showing us just how valuable Gyrocopter's magic damage early on really is. And he has higher move speed than Set Zero even without boots, so it's easy to chase down the line. It's easier for you to just come in, get the damage off. Resonant Pulse does not block off the magic damage coming through from your Gyro support as well. So if he does manage to gap close, it can be a really risky spot for Masaros. And you know, they've got really good lane control on Polaris' side. Get the pulse off, just keep farming up. As long as you slow down that level spikes and slow down and build up for Masaros, you're in a really good spot, and Natsumi just gets free farm in lane.
Nico, stack up the creeps down at the bot lane, just pull all of them away. Lock the small camp while he's at it. Well, he even blocks the large camp just to really make sure they can't fix the creep equilibrium after Nico's completed this pull. And he's actually going to wait it out, it looks like. He won't drag it underneath the tier 1 tower. He's waiting for his creep wave. He doesn't really want to tank all these creeps, but oh, in the end, he's going to let it go anyway. Salve out from Boomy. He does give up on the full pull. It won't matter though, because it's going to be a lot of gold and XP going the way of the Mars. But now Jackie, very aggressive kind of position. After Boomy, with start, it'll be enough. He heads up play there from Jackie to make the rotation in when he knows Nico cannot fight back.
They get the punishment onto that Grimstroke, and more importantly, Q manages to get the ward off in the triangle. There were some massive stacks built up by Polaris. They're going to be able to spot out when Polaris dips in to farm it, and maybe make a play to steal it away as well. So this sets up for maybe around the 9 to 10 minute mark when you might want to clear that out. And Polaris has to clear that out quicker, as there's always the potential for Motivate Trust to sneak in and steal it away.
Umi going to be spotted. Fearless, he'll go for the chains down. A great hammer through from Q into the Starbreaker. Mac, though, with the Spirit Siphon alive, but Jackie, he's rotating in again. Very aggressive plays here from Jackie on the Lifestealer, but it's going to pay off. They'll find Mac on the DP, and that's just not something I'd be expecting from a +1 Lifestealer this early on, but long behold, Jackie, he's getting involved.
He's being super aggressive. I think he understands that his slow is just so strong, well, especially since he's maxing it out first. So he's got Ghoul Frenzy up at level 4 now. That's a 20-25% slow. And it's just enough to line up to allow your Dawnbreaker to actually land a Starbreaker every single time. And that control is just massive when it does arrive.
Fearless mid lane, homing missile is going to land from CML, but there's going to be no follow-up to it. In fact, Fearless gets very lucky and finds a DD rune down in that bot rune spot as he's making the exit. But at 3-2 already, slight net worth lead for the side of Motivate. Keep in mind though, this whole time Natsumi has been freely farming up the Terrorblade and has made his way over to the jungle. At this point, you expect his farm to escalate quite fast. Jackie's still slightly ahead, but I do expect Natsumi to slowly take over that net worth lead.
Yeah, he does have a better time in the jungle, especially playing with illusions. Play with the Metamorphosis, you do have more throughput compared to Lifestealer. I think the big issue is item timings down the line. Like, so Natsumi's going to sit back, build into Dragonlance, whereas Jackie's looking for that quick timing on the Armlet, and that's when you can be online on the Lifestealer. Maybe you wait for a Sange first, but normally you're ready to go just with the Armlet up. And that added aggression from your +1 gives more presence for Motivate Trust to take these early engagements, whereas for Natsumi, he's going to be dipping out. He wants to clear out the Ancients they've built out as well. And again, they have to get that done quickly because the ward is still there for Motivate Trust. The sentry they dropped from Polaris' side doesn't actually spot the vision game of Motivate Trust here.
Thank you, my beauties.
A 1k net worth advantage, slowly increasing the way of Motivate. See what Jackie does to try and keep up here with Natsumi. I mean, Jackie, he's known for being a very, very fast and efficient kind of farming +1, which I suppose is what a +1 does, but you kind of get my point. He excels in being able to hit creeps faster than everyone else. As top lane, it's like seeing him on that +5 gyrocopter. Gonna be caught out. Be a nice pick up there for Fearless on the Ember. And Motivate, with this kind of draft, you sort of expect them to make these really early rotations, and that's exactly what they're doing.
They just get the kills. They know at this point the Terrorblade's just playing in jungle, so they can easily pick off a solo Gyrocopter. You can see Polaris kind of lining up bot though. They've got Jackie pinned down. He does have a Rage, so he shouldn't be under too much of a threat, and he does have the Infest to bail out, but they're looking for that tower trade early with Natsumi down here as well.
Well, Mac's going to show up now with the Spirit Siphons, and that slow's going to do some work, but in the end, the Infest is there, and Jackie needs to see it creep now. In fact, TP's coming down. Motivate, looks like they want to try and force a fight. They won't be in time to defend this tier 1 bottom tower. And I don't know if the fight's going to be really worth it. And in the end, Jackie does pop out and starts farming creeps again as Nico going to move in, has the arena up. Here comes the ulti in from our Dawnbreaker Q. He's right in time. Nico, he'll have no chance to try and drop the arena. And Motivate, they're looking for more. They won't find anyone though.
They find the 1 kill they want, makes their time there worthwhile. They still pick off a core. Inside of Polaris, they took the objective. They don't lose any of their bigger cores, and Natsumi can just dip back into the triangle. Still has that gigantic Ancient stack to clear out. Not sure when he's going to be ready for it. But for Motivate Trust, they have also gotten space out from Aseros. This Void Spirit is hitting its spikes early on. You see Masuro is queuing up the Sanjin Kai as we tend to see from him. He is starting to play aggressive.
Oh, that's a great jump in from Masaros. He's found CML, but he's been silenced up, so he can't really capitalize. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, though, they've got an even better target. They've got Matt, but the Siphons are flying through. A nice remnant away from Fearless to not get caught out by the spear. Q, he's going to survive as well. So in the end, 5 heroes in the mid lane from both sides, but nobody dies.
Have some quick thinking out from Boomy, getting the soul bind off for the double spirit siphon, and Mac just would not die. He goes back to full HP. They commit finger and motivate trust, don't find the kill. You have to watch yourself up against that Death Prophet. Her sustain is pretty ridiculous, and that synergy is there with the Grimstro. So just having Boomy around does ensure that no further pressure can come out onto the mid. Tier 1 still stands, but you can see Motivate. They're still running all across the map. Fearless is farming the top jungle. They've still got bot lane held by Jackie. He does have his armlet working onto the Sanj. And that should be the point where he does start to feel more comfy putting his body forward. And that's still the key difference with Lifestealer and Terrorblade. The Lifestealer is just online quicker with some quick items up.
Nico trying to stop Fearless from stealing his farm. Fearless in the end going to get a couple small creeps, but nothing to write home about. Just being very annoying on that Ember. There's something that goes back to the old days of Motivate as well, right? Like we used to talk to Masaros and Fearless, and they used to explain how Fearless was more of an off lane than say Masaros, who does take more farm priority than the mid lane does in this side of Motivate. So you constantly see Fearless rotating and making space, while Jackie and Masaros, they're across the map farming creeps, which is a very interesting kind of chemistry between these 3 core players, but that seems to be what works best for Motivate.
Yeah, just allows them to hit these farming spikes, and you can see that aggression here already. Fearless smoked up.
Big pick off if they can get it. Guardian's in. Solar Guardian, Celestial Hammer out, and they've got the kill. It's just such a powerful tool, right, John? Like you've got this Solar Guardian, this global ability from the Dawnbreaker to just come in and follow up with the Starbreaker. It's just feels impossible to get away from.
It really is, and I'm surprised Polaris didn't ban out the Dawnbreaker when they saw the Silencer banned out. That's the biggest counterplay you have. There's no way to interrupt her when she's trying to jump into a fight, and that always means Motivate Trust will have the numbers when they get that initiation. They can line up for mid now, go for that push. We talked about Polaris having quick timings with Terrorblade DP. They haven't made a move on that mid themselves. It's still at full HP on Motivate Trust. They're going to lose out on some map space with the added control the Radiant side has now, as their top jungle is completely forfeit. And they still have their triangle. They did clear out the Ancients with Natsumi. The gold is flowing through for the Terrorblade slowly but surely, and he is rushing a BKB. So it does look like Natsumi understands he has to take more activity on the map. He has to join his team when Metamorphosis is up. The BKB will allow that. It shouldn't take too long to farm up as well.
At 0. Rocket Barrage out. CML with the homing missile. Gonna lock him down, and in the end, CML able to secure the kill on set 0. It's a fun fact about Polaris that I think most of the crowd already kind of knows about, but this team, pretty much ex-Adroit back in the day. And you've got to admit, these players, they looked so good when they were together as a team, and it's really nice to see them back, because you're starting to see the brilliance that was Adroit back in the day.
Yeah, it's very reminiscent of how they used to play. We talked about it in the first few games we saw them. They were going back to drafts they used to run as Adroit, even if they weren't in meta, and it has paid off. Masteros, though,
would get caught. Nice use out from Nico into the arena and the spear, and that should be enough. Another fantastic rotation out from Polaris. It seems as though they have reserved themselves to farming for now, so not able to really assist Masaros.
Yeah, they get a good kill on Polaris' side. You know, start to punish that greed you were talking about in the offlane there, Mike. But that does open up an opportunity for Motivate. They know Arena's down. They can look for an opportunity themselves.
Hey, Jackie gonna rush forward onto Mac. It's not gonna amount to much though. Mac able to just kind of walk away. And they can still try. It seem like oh, maybe they do. Chains are out. Jackie's gonna rush forward. Mac, he'll be targeted. from Set Zero, then Solar Guardian to fly through, and it will only connect onto Nick on the backside. In fact, they're going to try and turn this. Polaris, can you do it? Not quite. They've got to run ASAP as CML. He's going to drop. He'll be the second, and in fact, there'll be a third. Boomy, I doubt he gets away from this. Masteros has gone in with the Dissimulate. In fact, Q will take the kill with the Celestial Hammer. And it looked kind of rough there for a second for Motivate, but in the end, Polaris, they just didn't have the numbers. And unfortunately for Polaris, they might even lose one more. There's Nico. He's going to try and run. Set Zero trying to get in range for that Hex, and he might just barely be able to get there. A spear attempt, no, it's not going to work out. Hex is there, cancels the TP off, and that'll be another kill to go the way of Motivate Trust.
They're really racking up that aggression, and I love how they're playing with that Dawnbreaker. They're just so willing to put their bodies forward. They don't care about how many euros Polaris has on hand, as long as they get the jump in with their highly mobile front line, with either the Void Spirit or the Ember Spirit up in front first. It just gives such a big opportunity for the Solar Guardian to really be at play, and smoked up again.
Mac. Oh, that's no.
Normally.
So let's have a bit of a player perspective right here. This Max is just having a look, hitting some creeps. Q, not really too big of a deal. Max claiming lag. But there's your problem, John. On the left side, in that tree line there, you can see a very scary lion coming out of the jungle. Excuse the pun. And right behind him is going to be Maceros. So I don't know if he can survive this. I think if they get the Hex off, Mac is probably just as good as dead.
Yeah, they've got the finger in Set Zero. They've been very patient with that spell on their line. They're going to have enough if they get that jump in. Mac, he doesn't have a Eul's. Doesn't have any sort of self-protection outside of Spirit Siphon. Does have 4 of those up, at least, but probably not enough. The rest of his team's also pretty far out, and if they TP in, I don't really know what they can do. So we'll see, Mac.
See what he can do. Heck, Vessel's there. He's just got no time. There is absolutely zero time to try and respond.
I've got all day.
Set Zero also kind of lucky with having the keen optics, so he has that little bit of bonus cast range that can make all the difference.
And they even hold on to the finger. Set Zero doesn't even pop it. Still has no charges on his finger of death kills as well. And we're 17 minutes in, but it doesn't matter. He's just there with the Hex, he's there with the control, and they have been just on point with the aggression here on Motivate Trust. For Polaris, it's still about building up on their Blade. Natsumi, BKB, 400 gold away. Maybe then you can show up, get your damage off with the TD with Metamorphosis. You have to be careful about giving too much space towards the Radiant side here.
I mean, what do you do now if you're Polaris? Like, they're kind of just trapped on their own side of the map, and I say their own side, but they're behind their T2 towers right now. And Nico, he'll be around to try and make sure that top lane does remain defended and pushed out. Meanwhile, the rest of Polaris are going to start to move in through the triangle and try to secure some more farm on Natsumi. Even though he has that bit of protection there with the Dragon Lance and is still working on towards that BKB, he's probably going to be lacking a bit of damage. However, top lane, they make the jump in onto Nico. They should have the Mars. Meanwhile, mid lane, Mac does end up dropping Nico. He does finally go down as Masteros now, he needs an escape plan. Silence is there, but CML will not have the follow-up. In fact, they're coming. Masteros, he has not had his fill yet. Jackie, he'll join the fray. Natsumi, he is around to try and help out, but it might be too late. They'll drop the call down. They'll pop the BKB, but none of it matters if Motivate just run. And that they will, John. In fact, never mind, they're going right back in. After that BKB is gone, chain up Natsumi. They just taunt him up and get the kill.
Oh boy, that's not a good look for Polaris. That's the fresh BKB and Natsumi. That's why he shows up with a meta. His damage output's just not enough. They lose control, they don't manage to get the arena the way they want, and that's going to open up the top tier 2 push for Motivate Trust. Polaris falling behind now, 15-5, 20 minutes in, lose their top tier to 8k lead for Motivate Trust. Outpost goes the way of Motivate Trust as well. Opens up the Roshan here. And for Polaris, you asked me a while ago, Mike, what do they have to do? It's still about building up in Terrorblade. Maybe if you hit this blink timing on Nico, it starts to feel better. But that's still a way off. He was forced to buy back, and that means he has to wait for another 1,000 gold to get the blink combination of the arena. That's their only good initiation here.
There's just no escape. Like, when Motivate have this kind of advantage going, it's very hard to have any space to the map. And Polaris right now are experiencing that the hard way. You look at that net worth graph, Jackie right at the top, where he usually is, onto that Eye of Skadi very soon. And let me tell you, John, when you've got that Eye of Skadi, as well as the passive slow he already has, it becomes a very painful experience to try and get away from this lifesteal.
Yeah, it really does. And I think the one thing that Motivate Trust has is a bit of a factor as well. You never feel safe even if you see one hero, because you don't know if someone's infested inside, you don't know if Solar Guardian is up. So what turns into a one-person rotation turns into 3 heroes if you're not careful, and it just allows so much more mobility out from Motivate Trust. Polaris, they don't have that same kind of presence. They don't have the same kind of initiation coming through. They need to rely on a blink coming up from Nico. They need to rely on farm feeding into Natsumi, doing a good job of avoiding everything. At least he's playing in the triangle undetected from the side of Motivate Trust. He's staying safe and getting steady farm. He's working towards that Skadi. Still a ways off for our Terrorblade. But if Natsumi can farm that up, if he can hit that Skadi timing, that's where the back and forth between Terrorblade and Lifestealer feels a lot better for Terrorblade. You've got the range, you've got the slow. You can try to kite around that Lifestealer, but it's also an issue if the Spirit Brother's jumping you as well.
It's certainly a very scary predicament, at least for Polaris. Now, speaking of the Spirit Brothers, Fearless is going to be there with Set Zero. Chains are out, Solar Guardian through, and he just can't do anything. In fact, maybe he can. He'll BKB in time and just try to TP out. Well, was that a close call, Natsumi? He waited for the literal last millisecond before that Solar Guardian came through for the stun. Polaris yet to find their footing in this game one. 7k net worth behind. And Motivate Trust, they're going to rush for the Roshan. They know that Polaris can't really contest them right now.
They can't jump into the Roche. They still need an initiation tool. They do have the blink on Nico, but they don't have information on the Roche. They don't have wards. Vision game's not quite there, and that should give Motivate Trust a nice second life to play with. How do you deal with this, right? Like, how do you deal with all the sustained Solar Guardian builds, with the durability you have with a Lifestealer up front, with the mobility a Void Spirit and an Ember Spirit has? You just don't have the best from Polaris. Like, there's stuns, it's homing missile, it's a silence from Death Prophet, it's a delayed stun from Inkswell, it's a unreliable stun with a spear setup. Like, they just don't have a good way of locking all of these highly mobile heroes down in these engagements.
Another smoke out as well, John. Motivate. Gonna rush through that Radiant jungle. Oh, they might find Natsumi. This is the best target they can ask for. And look at that. Set Zero, he's right in with the blink out. Natsumi was farming underneath an observer ward the whole time. What do you do? Like, you're farming in the right spot. Natsumi, he's not in the incorrect position. But Motivate, they are just playing way too fast. And Polaris, it just seems like they can't keep up with the pacing.
They really can't. And the farm timings we were talking about, it's coming out faster from Motivate Trust. Like, Jackie's almost at that. Scotty to catch Nico as well.
So what got though, John? It seems like Set Zero was the one who got caught out, but it was all a bait. Arena committed, but it means nothing, as the Solar Guardian's just going to make it so Set Zero just doesn't die.
It's too much. It's like the sustain means you can't jump even the supports. They just have the numbers. They come in. Ember Spirit can come in from a mile away as well with a good remnant. And that's going to be worse once the Axe is up and Fearless. So there's just a lot of items still lined up for Motivate Trust to keep that aggression going. For Polaris, the best you can hope for is to have Natsumi hit perhaps a Daedalus timing after this, after all these items are up. Just go straight for the Daedalus, get the damage up with a Scotty, and hope that's enough. It's so much farm, and there's just not enough room to get that going on the TV.
Where do you find that gold right now if you're Natsumi? It's just, he's 2k behind Jackie, which doesn't seem that bad, but that's a Terrorblade versus a Lifestealer. And it's not like Jackie has a farming tool. He went Armlet SNY. It's just,
Top tower is under attack.
it's just really bad news if you're Polaris right now. Speaking of, Jackie, he thought about running in, but he wouldn't have been able to close the gap anyway, I don't think.
yeah. It's, I don't know. It's like on a core-to-core matchup. Again, towards late game, it should feel good for the Terrorblade, but without items, it doesn't feel good just because you're not at farm parity. A big issue for Polaris is they missed their push window with the EXO. Like, they only found bot tier 1. They never took the mid tier 1. And they haven't been able to really utilize the bot jungle to the fullest extent. And they're just getting run down.
Chains out. Masaros, he's got the follow. Keep in mind, John, Masaros, he's got the Aghanim Scepter up now. Even more control for the Motivate. And you just look at them, they're just TPing right down bot. They saw me for a second, and they want that kill. Natsumi, he's got a TP. He might have to commit an ASAP. He's trying to bait with the illusion. Does he make it out? Set Zero, how good are you at just predicting positions? He won't even go for the prediction. In the meantime, though, Jackie just shreds past the mid-tier 3 tower. By himself, it's just gone.
I like what Jackie did. He knew the siege creep was up. He knew that as long as he tanks that tower hits, they have nothing to stop him. He still has Aegis up. Very tanky on the life steal at this point with the Scotty up and running and the SNY. And Polaris they're just kind of stuck. I feel like they can look for plays now. They've had this blink up on Nico for a while. They just need to find a nice soft target to blink spear with a Yule's combo and just try to force the fight that way. But even then, if you jump someone, Solar Guardian comes in, you can't kill them.
Well, speed. That is going to be nice. They've got the Metamorphosis and they've got the Aegis down, but now Masaroff, he's jumped in. CMO's gone. In fact, they almost blew up Nico. Mac, he's going to force the BKB out and try to fight, but look at Jackie just slowing him down. They might still find Q, but not quite. Q's fight right on. In fact, now the turnaround is there. 8th Remnants off the mark, right on top of Mac. But where does he go now? He will, in fact, get away. In fact, Nico, he's dropping quite low. Fearless able to secure the kill. Back on CML. They get another. Natsumi, he's going to try and fight. Jackie's just going to run right past. Great 8th Remnant in from Masaros and Natsumi. He's going to be okay for... Oh, boy. He sunders Mac to try and survive. That's still your position 2 death for dying. It's a decent sunder, but it's like you still lost a very valuable kind of chess piece here if you're Polaris.
Yeah. Just opens up for the rest of the push coming through from Motivate. They take the mid melee, probably going to take this ranged as well. They don't have counterfight in them without EXO out, without Arena up. And that just means Motivate Trust gets to back off. They can wait for next Roshan if they want to. They can take their time. They did lose out on Fearless's Ags buildup. At least they're going to miss one part on the Ember Ags because he lost his courier for 2 minutes. So you don't have to worry about the highly mobile Ember Spirit for at least 2 minutes, but still come out at a really good point. For Polaris now, I'm trying to think of an approach they can take. Like, the Scotty timing for the Terrorblade is still big. It's just a matter of getting your team fight lined up. We've seen defensive arenas come out from Nico. He needs to be offensive. He needs to jump one of the Spirit Brothers. They don't have protection. Blink Yule's Arena, Spear, kill off Fearless or Masaros. Maybe you can clean up afterwards.
Jackie will raid through the homing missile. Fearless going to move in with a Sleight of Fist, but silences are going to be out. Not that they can really punish him anyways. He has the Haste Rune active. And Motivate, they'll just keep going. I don't think there's too much to be afraid of for them. Especially while that Metamorphosis is down for another 15 seconds. There's just no chance of fighting back if you're Polaris. Motivate, they won't cut it too short. They'll eventually back out. Because they are lacking Q there anyway. But, you know, he has Solar Guardian. He can be there at any time. But they won't try to force the high ground too far.
I don't think they're under any pressure here in Motivate Trust with an 18k lead. They've got the Ags running as well in Q, so it's that same build-up we talked about from draft. Ags rush, Solar Guardian's a lot stronger, channel time's down, and the duration's up, so you have so much more presence up there as well. The evasion just breaks a lot of how Polaris wants to fight. They rely so much on the physical damage output of Natsumi that when you just pop Solar Guardian, it's gone. You just don't have that presence. And it's becoming so hard to see how Polaris comes back in. The key thing there, Mike, is, again, pressure on Nico to land the arena, to hold down one of the Spirit Brothers, and hope that the Solar Guardian doesn't completely screw over your entire game plan in that fight.
I mean, the problem is, John, there's an Aghanim Scepter up on Q, so it's like, it's nice to get the lockdown, but he's going to have the evasion, he's going to have the heal coming up for the Solar Guardian. I mean, maybe that is literally their only option now, but boy, it's a rough one. As long as Q has that Solar Guardian, it's just so tough to imagine anyone actually dying. On the brighter side, though, Jonathan, Ink Portrait or Dark Portrait's now up on Boomy. So maybe if you could take the Lifestealer illusion, maybe that'll be enough. Mid lane. There's your arena down, set 0. He's going to be healed all the way back up by Jackie, but Natsumi's in. He'll get the kill. Q, they'll eventually make it with the Solar Guardian, but the chase is going to be on here from Mac. Perhaps this is the opening they needed. As they'll find 2 kills from Massaros. He's going to jump back in. He's found CML on the gyrocopter, but can he find himself out? He's been silenced like 3 different ways, and eventually he is going to drop, while Jackie in the backside does at least kill off Nico. But it certainly was a very favorable trade the way Polaris. And as long as they don't lose any kind of racks out of this, they should be quite happy with that team fight.
They finally get the punishment they want. They do lose out from the dieback on their Mars, so the high ground's kind of open here. They don't have much time left in that metamorphosis.
Well, Jackie really trying to rush forward onto Natsumi, but can't quite get in range to actually get a couple hits off. You're seeing that little Dark Portrait there of the Lifestealer. It's doing some decent damage. It's nothing really to write home about. It's a bit unfortunate there for Boomy, but it's something. Like, it feels like you need as much damage as you can get right now for Polaris, so any little bit does kind of help.
It certainly does. Issues still lie here for Polaris, so as the Roshan is being taken by Motivate Trust. Roche number 2 with the Ag Chart, and they still don't have vision. They do get the scan out, but not going to be able to run here in time. And this should enable Motivate Trust to reapproach the high ground, take out one more set of racks. They hand the shard over to Fearless. So he's got the Remnants doing some fire damage as well, doing some AoE burn damage, and that just gives him so much more presence. He even gets more spirits when he finds kills, so more uptime for him to be mobile. And Polaris has to play their defense perfectly, as we saw last time.
Oh, they found Boomy. That'll be a Grimstroke gone. Jackie just rips right through him. It's a 21k net worth lead here for Motivate Trust. I mean, now with the Grimstroke down for 40 seconds, you should comfortably be able to take the pot Raxon. Well, there's the pizza round. Sending a message. There's your 8th Remnant. Jackie, he'll get right to work, and Mac will eat all the 4-star. It doesn't get him all the way through the Ancient. His own Ancient works against him.
Oh, Massaros. He's got the dig on. He's just driving by. He's feeling confident. Just looking for the kills. They're closing out. 2 racks down. Polaris, they're not even able to get their full teamfight defense out. And Jackie's just going to go for Mega Creeps. Drops a pizza party again. Fortify is there. But I don't see this push stopping from Motivate Trust. Even with Jackie up front, he's got the Aegis anyway. Doesn't really care.
They're going to jump in. Spear? No, the raid is there in time. Nico. They're going to pop the finger out. Massaros, he'll keep moving in from the side, but might need an exit himself. Nico, he'll keep rushing forward onto Jackie, but Jackie, he just wants to deal with that Dark Portrait for now. Meanwhile, Fearless is going to move in now with the Remnants. Who's he going on? Right onto Nico on the backside. And there's your Solar Guardian out. Great positioning from Q. That's great area denial from our Dawnbreak, and they call it. They have had enough. But a one-sided game here for Motivate Trust. And boy, oh boy, Polaris, they're going to have to go right back to the drawing board after this game 1 and figure out what happened. As Jackie drops the 99. He's cool even for the GG, John.
up. Regeneration.
Dire's seconds. It is Radiant's ban. It is Dire's ban. Radiant's turn to ban. Dire's turn to ban.
Impossible.
Lion.
Points your way.
It was. I think they kind of made a mistake by allowing the Dawnbreaker through, which you do see banned out, as they saw the Silencer banned and realized, all right, Dawnbreaker, it's a hero that really hates Silencer, so they take it out, fix that issue. We'll see if they can get some good pacing out, but I think they have to watch for the aggression from Motivate Trust. We saw how willing Motivate Trust were to take those early fights with Fearless and Masaros on the two Spirit Brothers. They're just online, they were very mobile, they jumped in, they played with the Infest on Jackie as well, and started rolling from there. So just have to hold their own against the aggression, look for their own opportunities to jump in and find some kills, and try to work it their way. Of course, before we go on here, Mike, I have to give a thanks to our sponsor, N1Bet. Deposit with digital wallets and crypto, and bet on Pro Series 8 matches with N1Bet. Enter the code BTS Dota on bts.gg/N1Bet and get an exclusive bonus without any wagers. But yeah, Polaris, they weren't ready for that aggression. Without the Dawnbreaker, I think it's going to be harder for Motivate Trust to hit those same power beats that we were seeing from the first game. But if they draft accordingly, they should be able to keep that same pacing up if they want to. It does. It does. It's just much more impactful. Its cooldown is really one of its biggest drawbacks, but even then it kind of paces itself well enough that it's not really a major issue. And when we saw that from Q, again, he did rush the Ags. I think that's key for it. It's an Ags rush hero on the support, just like Avenge would be on the 4. So you have to still get some space out. You have to still have a strong laning partner with it, and we did see that come true from Motivate Trust. With a Life Stealer, the slow was enabling them to get the stuns off, to get the damage off, and hold that lane steadily. So I think that those were the key things that came out for Motivate Trust to make that work in that game. It looked really impactful. We'll have to see what kind of hero they do replace it here with Q, if they want to keep that aggression up. I mean, they've got Lion Bloodseeker to open with on Motivate Trust, so they've already got a Bloodright stun combination that is really strong. This is likely the offlane Bloodseeker for Masaros, but we have seen support pause 5 Bloodseeker as well. That could be a possibility for Motivate Trust to flex it around. I don't think it really fits Jackie's playstyle. I mean, it could be an aggressive pause 1 if they wanted to, but it does feel like Jackie excels on heroes that can be aggressive and scale a bit better. Bloodseeker is not really something that scales into the ultra late, so they're likely to give Jackie something else to keep that presence towards the late game if it does drag on.
Extra!
It really does. Its flash farm is super good. You have some flexibility in lane. You could opt to go for rocket barrage if you want to be more aggressive. Generally, flat cannon still allows you to have really good presence, especially against a lot of the dominant offlaners. So you can just sit back, flak, get your last hits, not really worried about being harassed out. Polaris do go into the life stealer themselves, so they bring out the life stealer on their side. You do have some strong combos, Infest on Ember, Infest on Pango, even to the Mirana. Can kind of play that aggression. Into the Gyrocopter. On paper, the Gyrocopter has the better time, but we did see the Terrorblade against Life Stealer not work out for Polaris. So they could kind of play around this quicker aggression. As you mentioned, their entire draft isn't reliant on cooldowns, isn't really reliant on super big item spikes. They just need levels. Particularly Ember level 7, I think, is a really good point for them. Once you hit that point, let's say the level 7 or 8 minute mark on Mac, that's when you can run around the map, look to be aggressive, look for side lane kills. You should have your Orb of Corrosion and Phase Boots by around the 7 to 8 minute mark as well. And that should allow you to get some really good damage off. So it does line up for Polaris repairing their issues in Game 1 where early aggression wasn't quite there. We'll just have to see what they do have. Looking like their offlane pick lacking for Nico. And just something to give them more control, give them more team fight. They don't have the option for Morris. That's been banned out. No Magnus as well. There is an option for Tide, but Gyrocopter Tide lane doesn't sound particularly enticing for a Tide Hunter, so maybe having to look elsewhere for that control.
Void incarnate.
Yeah, they're super familiar with those timing spikes. They know what they have to do to enable Jackie to really start rolling forward with that Gyrocopter. We know what Fearless wants from his mid, so he's also looking for his level 7 timing there. Could be active by 6, but Void Spirit versus Ember, your early activity on the Void Spirit doesn't feel as amazing. It can still be impactful, especially with Lion, with an Abaddon and Bloodseeker on hand. There's a lot of follow-up damage for your jump in. Item-wise, it's not as important for you to hit, say, an early boosting item. Normally we see a null or two, maybe to rush into Kai or Eul's, depending on how the game goes, and just runs from there. Key thing for Void is Ag's timing. So you're not looking for small items, you're looking for the big Ag spike. And we saw Masaros last time playing that off lane, hit that Ag's time really well. He hit it faster than Fearless. So if you can get the same thing for Fearless in this game, Ag's up by, say, 12 minutes, 15 minutes, then you have great AoE control, the silence, there's nothing to dispel it on Polaris' side, and that's like 3 melee heroes right now. Very easy to get them clumped up and get a lot in your initiation.
The stalwart will hold, the weak will falter.
I'd lean towards Motivate Trust. I think their lineup, despite the early spikes Polaris wants, they have better control in Motivate Trust side. For Polaris, their hold isn't reliable. They have Rolling Thunder, which is still a level 6 spell, so in lane you can't expect that from Boomy. The chains from Mac, not the most reliable. That can set up for Arrow, but if you're plumped up in a wide area, if there are creeps there, you don't really have good approach angles for Polaris. And their teamfight control is limited to really just that and the silence from DP. It's not amazing. It's going to be hard to completely pin down Fearless in these fights. It's going to be hard to prevent the Abaddon from getting the aphotic shields off. And as long as those shields come off, then your initial control just kind of falls apart from Polaris. So Motivate Trust has the tools to kind of fight back here.
To a game number 2 between Polaris and, of course, Motivate Trust to get underway.
Is short.
I do kind of agree with you on that last point as well. I do feel like have the upper hand going into this game too. Of course, momentum going to be on their side as well after game 1, and see what Polaris can do to try and force it back their way. Of course, if they lose this matchup, they lose this game number 2, they are out of the tournament altogether. Still be a respectable position they made it to, but you know, all these players, they don't want to come 2nd or 3rd or 4th or 5th. They are certainly looking for 1st place. So Polaris definitely trying to force this to a game number 3 and not allow their lives in the tournament to go to waste here.
Definitely. Like this is the renewed lineup of Detroit. As you mentioned in game 1, you know, these guys have a lot of history. They'd be pretty disappointed with the reunion kind of ending here. So got to keep up that pace, got to look for that turnaround. And they've got the lineup to play quicker. They just have to hit those spikes. Already got out good early wards. Kind of take out the obs and
yeah, Q, he kind of trapped himself there. Nice little tree cut from Masaros to allow him the escape. In fact, it wasn't Masaros, it was Q with his own tango, but Masaros was making his way over to quell the tree down, and now CML's in trouble. Oh, how the tables turn so quickly, as they will ensure Fearless secures the first blood of the Void Spirit. Bonus gold and XP going to go his way, and it's another great start here for Motivate Trust Gaming.
Exactly what you want to see for your mid laner. Fearless going to have a nice gold injection, lead into the bottle a bit quicker with his matchup against Max. Amber Spirit, you know, the back and forth here can work either way. You have great wave clear from both sides. You can kind of block off the damage of the Void Spirit with your Flame Guard, so you block off his magical harass, but Fearless has early mobility, and we have seen Void Spirits, if they do get a good Eater Remnant out, they get the right click damage off. It's a lot of harassment, so Max still has a back and forth to watch. Key thing for both sides, in particular, is level 6. We have seen Mac and Fearless, they're willing to run around once they have that leveled spike. So whoever reaches that 6 spike first is going to look to set up, maybe for a kill on mid, then rotate out to the side lanes, build momentum that way. And since you're on a Spirit Butter lineup, for both sides, you know, that's exactly what you need to start snowballing there.
Yeah, I mean, you certainly expect Mac to be very aggressive this game number 2. Try not to allow that massive kind of momentum swing to go back the way of Motivate Trust, as we saw in game 1. So we'll have a look down at the bot lane where there does appear to be a little bit of action here onto Boomy. The chase is on Set Zero, getting a substantial amount of damage out, and eventually they might just get this as Boomy. Oh, he does have the stick charges. That should be enough. He will salve up, and in the end, Set Zero unable to secure the kill there with Jackie. In fact, now Set Zero could be in a spot of danger. But no, never mind. Nico is still only level 1, unable to use any kind of Spirit Siphon to slow him down. Definitely a very aggressive start to this bot lane already, though, as Set Zero moves in again. I suppose with the Aphotic Shield, though, he is feeling very, very safe. But maybe not for long, as Boomy's come in now, the shield crash, and eventually they'll get him. Top lane, CML goes down.
Yeah, they're finding aggression in every single side. I think it does work out even for both sides, so you're just finding support trades at the end. It does feel a little bit better for Polaris. I think just getting the kills for Nico is a lot more important there. So building up on the DP, hitting that level 6 spike a bit earlier means that push does line up. For the top side, though, you do have to watch the arrow combinations. There's no real easy setup for CML, so he's going to have to focus mainly on the range creep and on the large camp to get EXP going. For the side of Motivate Trust, with Masaros and Q on the line, Bloodseeker, Bloodright, Earth Spike combination super strong. The damage output early on is not something Natsumi can just, you know, bat an eyelid at. He has to be always aware of when they are posturing for that kill. And if it does come along, it's going to be really easy, even in the laning phase, for a Lifestealer to melt.
Oh, absolutely. I suppose one of the big positives, at least for CML, not having the setup there for the arrows, he can leap and find those courier snipes, and that's exactly what he just did. Q not going to allow him to have Astaros' courier, though. We'll just kind of zone him out on that line. CML just going to rotate into that Radiant triangle. Take a bounty route, maybe just arrow a camp, and does indeed do that. I suppose that is one of the big positives about the POS 5 Mirana, is you can just inadvertently be a real nuisance by taking away those large creeps and leaving the small creeps there in the Radiant triangle. Just be really annoying. It's Mirana, kind of one of those obnoxious heroes that just hits you a million times, maybe throws an arrow at you, and then just leaps away for free. Not really much you can do about it.
Yeah, she isn't contributing as much to lane control though, so Natsumi's lane is shoving in her 2 range creeps here, a lot of EXP and farm, waiting for Masaros once he clears that out. And for Natsumi, his lane's not going too well. He's not too far behind in CS, but it's definitely a world of difference with him and Jackie. Jackie's Gyrocopter is at 22-7. Platform doesn't come naturally for a lifestealer as well.
Blood right out. They've got the lifestealer right now with a massive silence, Natsumi. Oh, not going to be able to pop the rage yet. In fact, it wouldn't matter anyway. It's all right clicks flying in from Motivate. And CML, it was a nice arrow attempt, but it was a very hard one to land. And in the end, Natsumi, he was just kind of screwed.
Yeah, just had no way to counterplay, and it just comes back to that Mirana support. Like, outside of arrowing range creeps and camps, there's not much synergy with Lifestealer, so you have to find some way to get more value for Natsumi here and try to build up on Lifestealer, because, again, flash farming for a Lifestealer, it's not going to compare to a Gyrocopter, and Jackie has pretty much a free lane now.
And he does. Set Zero, he's being harassed a little bit here by Nico, but again, just with the Spirit Siphons alone, you can't really force out the Abaddon. Set Zero just going to salve up and move right back in after Nico. He's just not dissuaded by the damage that was flying in from this Death Prophet. If there's one man you never really want to give free farm to, it's probably going to be Jackie. Who again, does tend to be usually the top of the net worth board no matter what game he's in. Well, with a 35-12 start in comparison to the 18-5 of Natsumi. Again, it does feel like there's going to be so much pressure on Mac this game to really set a nice tempo for the team. Because right now, top lane hasn't gone the way of Polaris, and I can't really say bot lane has either. So the only lane that's gone okay-ish is the mid lane, where Mac is still behind the Void Spirit. And as I say that, they do get a kill into Set Zero. But even with that kill, I'd say this bot lane is one for Motivate.
And Jackie still has space, he's still farming, you're throwing your Abaddon's body forward to ensure that happens. It's a trade-off, but it's an Abaddon kill. Abaddon doesn't really care about dying, Set-Zero knows what his job is, to just ensure Jackie gets farmed. They find that kill on CML once more up top, and, trading away your Mirana in that case is not the same. The Mirana wants EXP to Mirana, wants to stay alive, wants to look for aggressive outlets, and just isn't finding it.
X out. Masaros with the Blood Rite again, getting a massive silence off, and Natsumi. Just look at the amount of damage he takes. Loses about 2/3 of his HP just instantly. It has to go back to the jungle.
I think it's one of those points in the game where Natsumi might just have to stay in that jungle, keep the farm up. He can clear it out with his passives up, he can lifesteal true, and should be much safer there. So just take away the impact of that Bloodseeker lane, just try to get steady build up. He doesn't clear out these camps quick though, and that's where the point about the Gyrocopter comes into play again. Like, you had a slow laning start, you have to recover in the jungle, but you don't clear the jungle all too fast, and that just always puts you on the foot compared to Jackie's Gyro, who still has a lane, still has camps, not being held back. And for Polaris, as you mentioned, Mike, Mac has to start making moves. His phase boots are up, so his right-click damage is looking good with a sleight of fist. They could look to start playing around that fact now.
Yeah, they're going to smoke up immediately, and like you said, it's a very desperate time at the moment, just with the way these lanes have gone. Polaris, they need to make something happen. They'll move up towards that top lane, where Masaros, he has been very dominant. You'd love to try and shut him down right here, right now. Mac's going to move in. The creeps are going to give him a bit of vision, but they've got the chains out, but the spike's going to be their Q. He'll put an end to it, and now Set-Zero is going to rotate to make sure they cannot get the Bloodseeker. In fact, they'll get nothing. Absolutely naught for their trouble.
It's a ton of space for Motivate Trust. Bot lane's just free for Jackie off the back of that. The the bounce back they want with Mac getting kills just isn't there yet. And Fearless is just posturing around. He manages to steal the DD as well. Mac trying to be cheeky with the remnants, but it's not quick enough.
It's a hard play to make. Like, I'm not against Mac with that one. I know how hard that remnant play is on the power rune to make it in time, but I'm more upset for the sake of Polaris, because it's just so sad to watch everything slowly taken away from them right now. And while it doesn't look that bad yet, it is going to start getting a lot worse, because Jackie is eventually going to start hitting the jungle, which he is making his way to right now. And you're seeing the struggle for Natsumi at the moment. Like, he's trying to work towards that armlet. He has no way of clearing these stacks quickly. In fact, you can already see he's abusing the creep wave to try and get through these neutral camps. And now Fearless is going to rock up at that top lane as the Void Spirit, and they're going to try and make a play, I think, onto Natsumi. We've seen, as long as they get the blood right off, before he pops that rage, there's nothing he can do about it. It looks like Fearless in the end, gonna back out, go back to the triangle, pops the DD rune. Not sure if that was just a time expiry, but it won't matter because he's gonna rotate down bot, trying to force a fight. Except that he's gonna show himself in the creep wave, and that should be more than enough for Polaris to just leave the area.
If you don't manage to get the tier 1 with that first exorcism used on Nico, they do get some good damage off. Less than half HP on the bot tier 1. They're gonna have to clean up afterwards, but you're not getting more map space opened up yet with a DP pick. And with Fearless around, he's just looking to punish him when it's kind of straggles along here. Stays a bit too far behind for too long. They will smoke. They're looking for more aggression.
Yeah, Q. He's looking for an instant hex out. Mac, he'll be a great target. They don't even need the hex. They'll go straight into the earth spike, and now the hex is out. Do they have enough damage though? Mac, he is somehow still alive. Fearless is going to start with the chase, but Boomy's right behind to try and distract. And he'll take the attention away, as now Jackie's going to join in. Call down's there. Now make sure Jackie does secure the kill. In the end for Boomy, he'll be happy, making sure Mac does get out. Still very desperate kind of plays here from Polaris.
They had to throw so many bodies out just to ensure that their Ember Spirit goes out, and they were fortunate that level 6 isn't quite up for Q. If the finger was up, that would have been a secured kill for the side of Motivate Trust, and just building on that momentum they have. Still a lot of space being made. Masaros has a top lane to play with. Of course, that works for Natsumi as well. He's not being pressured by the supports. Lifestealer has somewhat of a lane to play with to build towards that armlet, which is not too far off, basically just lacking that recipe, so some timing's still good for Polaris.
Chains out, they've got Fearless. It's be a great pickup. The roll keeps connecting, and it does. They even managed to give the kill over to Natsumi. That's really great news here for Polaris, as they desperately needed that gold influx. Natsumi, he'll be very satisfied as now he goes on to Masaros. It's very slow Bloodseeker, but the damage just isn't there without the armlet. Back now, the turn Natsumi. Oh, he's trapped up. Won't matter though, he has the infest, he'll be alright.
Yeah, playing on edge there. Does still have the tier 1, so they can TP in to help him out if there is more commitment. They trust, but they are looking down mid more. They're just keeping that mid lane in control, although
they're still going at top. And Natsumi's going to be forced to TP out. They just wouldn't leave the man alone. He was running around in his creep, he was going for some last hits, and they would just not stop hitting the poor guy.
Yeah, they're trying to line up for a bot push now from Polaris' end. They do have the Exo ready on Nico, but Motivate Trust, if they see that commitment, could start lining up for mid. They were getting work done on top, not going to take too long for Jackie to get that done. They will find a tier 1 trade. Polaris though, they're the ones to line up mid next. They're ready to go with the Exo.
Well, they've got to apply the pressure right now. They haven't got the time to sit back. They need to make space for Natsumi. They're going to move in now with the Exorcism. They'll try. Rolling Thunder's there. They should at least be able to find one. Onto Q when they get him. Not a bad kill to get, as now Masaros is going to go for a Rupture on Boomy, but Boomy will immediately TP out. Fearless had no Aether Remnant and didn't have the vision for the Yules. So set 0. He'll try onto Mac instead, but Nico is forcing them back. Masaros, he'll keep trying. Jackie's even going to join in. And in the end, they won't be able to find a kill. I say that, Nico? No, he'll avoid the silence. It seems to be that Motivate want to try and make sure this mid-tier 1 doesn't drop, because naturally that's going to allow access to the jungle for Polaris. So rather, it doesn't really matter if they don't get killed. They just really don't want that mid-tier 1 to go down, as now they will at least find a bit of a consolation in the form of CML. They'll get something for their trouble.
Yeah, and they're starting to posture themselves around a bit. You know, Exorcism's down. Don't need to worry about that for a bit longer. You can look to start forcing the issue. Without the Exorcism up, that's their big team fight spot outside of Rolling Thunder. And that means that they can't really have the forward presence of that DP in this defense.
Oh, Fearless, he's in again. Ain't throwing it out right into the call down. Do they have the follow-up? Yeah, with the blood right. Oh, silence him very nicely. Fearless, is he? No, there's no way he gets out. He will eventually fall. As an interesting TP attempt is now the turnaround onto Natsumi with the finger out. They might have enough, and they do. They lose Fearless, but what does it matter if you get Natsumi and the tier 1 mid tower? Just really clean play here from Motivate Trust.
Yeah, they just managed to find the best of both worlds. Polaris, they were forced to rotate in to defend. To just, again, it doesn't pan out. They don't have Exo and Nico, so he can't be up forward. They had the Rolling Thunder, but without the blink, it's hard to get in good position to get the chain stuns off. Inside of Motivate Trust, they're finding everything. Jackie's #1 in net worth here, Mike. 8k in the bank overall. Has the Ags up with the disassembly of the Dragonlance. Gonna go for, it looks to be the BKB into Satanic next. And once he's up and running there, you can't stop the Gyro. Like, you have nothing that goes through the spell immunity. With the BKB up, with the Satanic up, the side gunner is always going to keep him healthy in these team fights. The life stealing needs so much more to match up against the Gyro. Natsumi needs a ton more farm, but it goes back to the issue of life stealing. He doesn't flash farm well. He didn't have a good lane, and he's just kind of forced to slowly clear out jungle creeps, which is just not ideal. You could maybe play aggressive once you have even a Sanj up. With the Sanj up and the Armlet up, you have a lot of HP. You can look to just infest on Mac, jump forward, kill the squishy backline in the Lion, in the Abaddon, and try to build up that way. But they're going to have to work extra hard to find those angles, because if you don't catch both of those supports at once, then the Abaddon can always save whoever gets jumped first.
CML, Rupture is out of that Mirana, but he does have the backup of his team. Chains out. Arrow, not going to be there in time. Masaros, very easy to just juke that one out, and even if you got hit, Set Zero was there with the Aphotic Shield anyway. They'll try to protect that Observer Ward, but in the end, with 5 heroes around from Polaris, they won't really be able to stick around. But it kind of goes to show you the state of the game right now. Like, you need to rotate 4 heroes over to take down an Observer Ward. It's a very concerning sign.
It really is. It just shows you that Polaris can't even spend one by one. They can't control their map without the numbers. Whereas Motivate Trust just runs around doing what they want. They're grouped around the triangle. Jackie's got some massive stacks to clear out. Not the biggest stacks, but a decent amount of farm coming in. They could look to perhaps for another smoke play. Nothing really to line up yet, and they've got steps up and Fearless if they want to be aggressive. They don't have the best forward vision right now, though, with those D-wards from Polaris. They might just take a step back, keep the build up. Fearless is saving up for the next time we talked about. Not too far, 3 parts away for the most part. And Mac is just trying to clear out side camp, side lanes where he can. Even that he can't do at peace, because Motivate Trust just show up and make it annoying.
Yeah, that they do. As Motivate now, group up as 3, down to the bot side. They're going to try and chase down Nico. Nico, he may just get caught immediately, and yeah, they've got him. They've got all the lockdown in the world, and the arrow in the end is just not going to land from CML. And quite frankly, even if it did, it wouldn't have helped. They have so much damage output and control right now. Motivate, they might even be able to find Max somehow. But no, he does get the Arcane Rune, and he will Remnant away.
He's just forced to keep using these remnants as a mobility tool, though. Like, he can't fight with them. He can't go for the burst plays that we're talking about. The timings on the arrow for aggression starting to ramp up, though. BKB is Mac's next item. Just wants to stand forward and try to do as much as he can.
Set Zero, just manning up. Arrow, not going to land. Mac, he'll just keep up the good work, but now the rotations are coming in. Fearless is there with the Remnant. Burmy going to try and Rolling Thunder through Mac. He's still just perfectly fine as he will Remnant back the other way, but now showing up. It could get scary now, but Nico, he'll deal with Jackie on the gyrocopter as Mac. He'll go in for another, but no, the fingers out Q. He got the Earth Spike and the ulti. Perfect timing. And Polaris, they find nothing, John. I hate to say this, but they find absolutely nothing again.
Yeah, the trades just aren't lining up for them. It looked like they had some room to counter-initiate with the Moonlight up, with the Rolling Thunder coming through Boomy. But it comes down to control. And we talked about this when the draft came up, Mike. You've got a Mirana with no real setup. You've got unreliable stuns in the form of Rolling Thunder and the Sleight of Fist holding down 2 heroes at most. It's just not enough to lock in something like the Void Spirit to catch the back lines of Motivate Trust to punish an Abaddon. It's just not there. So I think Polaris has to rethink their approach. Perhaps waiting for the blink on Boomy could help as well. He's just about 200 gold off, and with Blink and Rolling Thunder, that could make it easier to control some heroes out.
Masaros. I mean, they're kind of looking down at him right now. Boomy is... he's just going to be around to farm the creep wave, just trying to keep it forced out. At least he understands as the Pango, there's not really much he can do about an offlane Bloodseeker at the moment. You see the way the positions here for Motivate are, John, they're already around that Roshan pit, just making sure that they've got first dibs on the Roshan when they are ready to do it. It is buying Natsumi space in that dire triangle and on the bottom side of the map. But ultimately, if you lose that next Roshan, it's so hard to take a team fight while it's up for Motivate. So I don't really feel like they can allow that Aegis to go the way of Motivate Trust either. And now there's a smoke up. Motivate, they're going to leave that position I just talked about and go after Natsumi because they have scouted him out on the lifesteal. Q's in. Rage's not fast enough. And it's just, it happens that quick.
Yeah. Check a magic trick. One moment he's there, next moment he's gone. And Polaris with a life sealer down. That could open up Motivate Trust to go for that Roshan you talked about. You're just making a mad dash in. They've got the damage output with Jackie. It's not going to be the quickest, but it is still going to be fast enough without the response from Polaris. They are getting a feel for it. They get the scan off. They could try. They have that blink on Boomy. Could try for the Rolling Thunder blink combination.
Yeah, I feel like Mac maybe have to just try and go for a steal or something. They're going to force them out though. So Motivate still paying respects to the Roshan fighting lineup that Polaris does have. Mac, start moving in, Sleight of Fist, just start chipping away at Motivate Trust. In the end, they don't have quite enough damage to finish off that Roshan quick enough. So Natsumi, he's back up now. Invest on Boomy. Boomy's got the blink up, so if you get a really nice initiation with that blink Rolling Thunder, it could be enough to swing the tides your way and get that next Roshan. In fact, Q, he's a great target, but the blink back. Instead, they're going to make the jump in on Masteros, an even better target, but he's going to BKB up and he's just going to go for a run. They can't finish him. Instead, on the side, Boomy, he has been shredded by Fearless. Masteros will claim the kill as Fearless. He's just going to juke and jive through the Roshan pit now. Nico, he'll try to move forward with the Exorcism, but they're just going to turn right back around, finger up, and they just kill off Nico. In fact, Roshan takes it. Roshan wants to get involved, John. Yeah. It's been 20 minutes. Roshan's done nothing.
But his fate...
That he has... Jackie had a double damage again.
Oh.
Who would have figured? Again. How? Why?
Because, John, there was a shadow patch that made it so every time you go after Roshan, there's going to be a double damage. We talked about this last series.
It's just unfortunate. They jump in, you know, they feel like they have the angle. Q was just so quick to blink forward. Like, he just saw a glimmer of that Pangolier and just avoids the initiation. That means you have to worry about the Hex. They grouped up, Fearless jumped the back line, cleaned up, and Polaris, you called it out earlier. With the 2 lives in Jackie, they just can't fight it. The Satanic's up now as well. Jackie has insane lifesteal. They have nothing to stop that. And their Exorcism's down for a minute 10. Rolling Thunder is up, but I think at this point you just think about high ground, maybe tier 2 mid or tier 2 bot is a better place to play than the top. You just have to surrender that top jungle towards Motivate Trust at this point.
I mean, you have no choice in the matter. I think Polaris right now, just being able to hit any kind of jungle creep is a good thing for him at the moment. There's Natsumi, he's still just trying to work on towards that Eye of Sky, but In terms of net worth, he's 5k behind Jackie at the moment. And that is quite respectable considering how bad of a laning matchup he had against Masaros. But it's tough. Like, even with that Eye of Skadi up, are you even going to be able to break the gap to really close off on Jackie and start getting those hits off? Maybe with the Infest and Rolling Thunder blink in, perhaps, but we just kind of saw that. It just didn't work.
Yeah, it couldn't find the angle, and that's the key thing. It all relies on good execution from Polaris. So far, Motivate Trust are just making that as hard as possible. They've been split up. They're constantly just dipping in and out with their supports taking the front line there.
Oh no,
just not giving openings.
So this John Q having a scout out. Aetherman's going to be there into the Dissimulate. Fearless. Oh, you know exactly where he's gone. Boomy, he'll try for a Rolling Thunder, but Fearless, he will have none of it.
Ooh.
Pops the tires immediately.
That actually counted as a spell use as well. So even if he bought back for a fight, he doesn't have Rolling Thunder for a minute 10.
Wait, what? Oh, it went on cooldown.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, now, I mean, we might see that moment right now, John, because Jackie's walked in. Cooldown's there. Set 0. He's going to TP out Jackie. He's dropping very low, but he has a Satanic in Aegis. He's going to try and man-fight Natsumi, but the damage is there. Natsumi, he might have the upper hand. Now they jump in. Matt is there with the control, and they've got the first life, but can they find him a second time? The cavalry is incoming. Motivate. They need to help Jackie out. Jackie, he's kind of surrounded right now, but Masros is there, and he's got one. Nick goes down onto Mac and Natsumi, and now they need to retreat. Zmak is dropping too low, and Jackie, he just accidentally kills CML with the flat cannons onto the blood right. Mac, what? Yeah, I mean, Jackie. Oh, Jackie, he saw that. That was a very interesting non-remnant away. I'm not sure where Mac was looking, but he takes the silence. And that obviously means you can't remnant out.
Oh, God. That's massive for Motivate Trust. Sure, they lose Aegis. They get so much more in exchange. Yeah, they're winning everything. Q, he dug the shovel. He got a bounty rune that he gave out to Fearless to top up his bottle. Like, even these small things are lining up for Motivate Trust and Polaris. They're just not catching break. High ground's open. No Aegis doesn't matter for Jackie.
No, it certainly doesn't, John. When you're 17.5k net worth for 24 minutes, I don't think he minds at the moment. But he will play it a little bit safe. You don't want to go overboard here. I say that. Fearless naturally has no fear. Will jump in quickly, but does make his way out just as fast. It does. You are starting to see those moments of brilliance, right? The glimmers of hope for Polaris here. Like that last team fight, Jackie, even with the Satanic up, wasn't able to heal through the damage output of Natsumi and Nico, and Mac for that matter. And that was without the Eye of Skadi up. And once the Eye of Skadi's there, that could have been a completely different team fight.
Yeah, definitely. Like that is going to be the big spike. Although Q.
Yeah, he did again. He's so great with his initiations, Q. Infest's going to be there to try and help out, but now with the Rupture, Masaros is not going to allow CML to get away. And Q, I mean, I don't give the man enough props, but on this line, his initiations are just always on point. Every single time.
Yeah, they just managed to always get the jump in they're looking for. With the blink timing he always gets. Motivate Trust now, sneaking up top. They TP'd up.
And here we go again. Boomy's been caught. Bloodright's going to be there. They don't even need the stun. However, Mac's going to jump in from the backside, but they found an even better target. They've got Nico down, and Mac will find nothing. They jump in. Silence is out. They've got the Ags available on Fearless. Earthspike is there. Rolling Thunder to try and protect Mac, but it's not going to matter. He's still going to drop in fact Boomy. He'll be the third to fall. And Motivate, they are moving very confidently into that high ground now. Polaris, I mean, Natsumi, he's just trying to farm. He knows he can't fight.
That's a smart move. Try to use this space as much as possible. Skadi is up, as you mentioned, Mike. That could be the big spike for Polaris if they get that jump in with a Rolling Thunder Infest or the Ember Infest. But they have to watch Jackie. He actually went for Silver Edge.
Yeah.
We haven't seen that build on the Gyro. It's usually the Daedalus Rush. This just allows him to go out a lot quicker. The attack speed is also a big blessing Of course, the guaranteed crit and the passive crit is such a value add for the hero anyway. So I can't fault Jackie for just looking to play super strong while he is, just completely bully out Polaris. And that just puts into question, are you ready for that? Do they have dusts on hand? They only have sentries on CML. So if you're not careful, even if they get a good angle on Jackie, they might miss out because Silver Edge.
Yeah, and I'm wondering, John, is a Roshan spawning soon? Because there's a double damage down at the bot rune spot right now. Every time I see a double damage rune now, I just wonder, is there a Roshan coming in like 10 seconds? Not quite. It's still a minute and 15 before we find out when it is going to be up. But he has a bottle there from Fearless. In fact, this is terrible timing from Polaris because they've smoked right into the double damage of Jackie if they took the fight. But I'm sure they've seen it now and they'd rather not fight into that. Big group up. Jackie gonna move in with the Silver Edge onto Boomy. They've got the Silencer, they've got the Aether Remnant. It may not be enough yet. Natsumi, he'll move in onto Jackie, but where's your damage output? It's just not there. They can stop him from healing, but they've got no damage to actually need to make him heal. That's the main issue right now against Jackie.
Yeah, they did manage at least Yule's off the double damage, so that holds off the aggression of Motivate Trust. They don't feel like jumping in, seeing the commitment from Polaris, but as soon as the Exorcism ends, they know there's a major amount of downtime where Miko is not going to be a factor at all. And you can just look to keep that push game going. Roshan still a ways off until we see that timer, but the high ground push can resume as they've already seen that big EXO out. They only have Rolling Thunder to worry about.
Normally.
Here we go, onto the high ground. There's your pizza. Jackie's feeling confident. Fearless is in. Ain't the remnants off the mark. Is it gonna matter though? They got the Hex out, they've got the control, and they've got the Life Stealer. The call down will prove to be enough, and look at Boomy. He's rolling through with the Moonlight Shadow, just trying to get himself out of there. He's just driving past Jackie, he's just firing shots at him. Oh, very hostile environment here in this map. As it looks like Q's found him anyway. Oh boy. Buyback is there, but is it gonna matter without Rolling Thunder?
Sending a message. The racks are not going to hold without the team fight spells. The defense is just so hard to see coming through. Jackie has BKB flying out now as well. So all that control you had previously is even harder to pull off with a spell immunity on hand, and you can't stop the gyro.
Nope, Arrow is taking Aphotic Shielders a bit early, but again, it just doesn't really seem to matter. As Aether Remnant's going to be there. They've got the Pango. Boomy, he'll go right back to the graveyard. In fact, they found Mac. Oh boy. 22k net worth advantage. Motivate Trust looking to find their way to the next stage of the lower bracket, which is the lower bracket finals against SMG. And they might just have it in their hands right now. Mega creeps are up. Polaris, they're going to try one last time. It's a 4v5 scenario. Smoke out. Pizza being offered here by Jackie. How about another one? Mac, he'll move in. BKB popped. Who do you go after though? They're going to try after that Lion, but Q, he's just outrunning them. They'll chain him up. Now Natsumi, however, he's just completely surrounded. He has nowhere to go but down, and that's exactly where he does go as they call the GG. Motivate Trust, they'll be going through the lower bracket final, and unfortunately Polaris, they'll have to leave as the 99 will be dropped once again.
Motivate Trust, very strong look throughout both games in the series. The game 2 was just a process for them. It looked like they knew.
Fatality.
Dire's top tower is in danger. Dire have fortified their structures against attack. Dire should look to their top tower. Radiant should look to their bottom tower. Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Is under a triple kill! Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Are you ready to rumble?
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Are you ready to rumble?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.